MPs representing people with disabilities, and which has to be attended also by the Minister of People with Disabilities, so that they even discuss the other comprehensive issues beyond what Honorable Aurora Kanushu has raised. So the meeting will be on Monday at 8:30 a.m. at Ministry of Education, so that you comprehensively look into these issues. We want a very rich statement addressing all components of the issues faced by children with disabilities in as far as education is concerned. I'm not seeing the Honorable Semuju Nganda. We have an unfinished business. We have an unfinished business, but we talked today. We talked today afternoon, and he seems to be still stuck somewhere, also following up on parliamentary business to do with the private members' bill, which Honorable Nsereko moved. But, Honorable colleagues, when you become very specific on certain matters, then it is very important for our record to show that the statement you made in this House was backed up by evidence. So Honorable Semuju is not able to be with us here. His statement, I have received very many calls with regard to the same, and disputing also what he said. So for now, until he brings that evidence and he tables that matter, through the very many forums we have as members of parliament, I order the clerk to expunge his statements yesterday from the record of parliament in as far as Kanyadieru Senior Secondary School is concerned. Next item.
Item number 4 on the order paper, laying of papers.
Chairperson. Procedure, Honorable Macho.
Mr. Speaker, congratulations for yesterday, for you and your family, for your wonderful anniversary. Mr. Speaker, sir, I brought on a procedure matter that yesterday you did direct the Minister of Education to give a statement why Busia Border Seed Secondary School was cancelled from the program of schools that are going to be constructed, and you told her to come today and give a report. Mr. Speaker, as I talk now, there is a delegation from Busia of more than 30 people that are coming to hear an answer so that they can go and give the people of Busia assurance that we people on the border, we are also entitled to have at least one secondary school per parish. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether we are proceeding well by talking on that matter for a sub-county or a division. I beg pardon, Mr. Speaker. I therefore don't know whether we are proceeding well by we sitting in this August House when the minister who was given the real assignment is missing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is missing. And moreover, she's in a workshop, but calling it a meeting for people with disability. Mr. Speaker, it is a workshop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, you see, when procedure is raised, I have to rule on it. Yeah. Now, Honorable Macho, then why are you wasting my time? Because you know where the minister is. Okay? You're even giving me a news where the minister is. Me, I didn't know. I know they were still having a program of releasing UNEP results today, okay? And I communicated towards that. And I said on Tuesday, these matters will be handled. Because the minister was kind enough to call me and seek my guidance on the matter. And I guided her that way, okay? Honorable colleagues, can we go on the order paper?
Item number 4 on the order paper, laying of papers. Chairperson, Committee on Education and Sports.
Chairperson. this report which needed too much security. This is a well-guarded report.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to lay two reports on the floor. The first one is a report of the Committee on Education and Sports on its field visit to appraise the management challenges of Mbale School for the Deaf. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay. And the second one is a report of the Committee on Education and Sports on the matter of phasing out of comprehensive nursing certificate and diploma courses by the Ministry of Education and Sports. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Chairman. The rules require, I think, is it Rule 34? You're required to give us highlights of the report with key recommendations since it's a field report. And then I will appoint time. But if you're not ready with that, with the summary, don't mind, okay? Members will read the whole report.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, most obliged. This is a very wide one. And then the one about the report is a smaller one, but I beg that it get to the committee.
Can you give us a summary? The smaller one summarized?
Mr. Speaker,
Yeah.
the big one was, there was a petition here from Mbale School of the Deaf, where the committee members went and visited and made recommendations. The recommendations are several, and some other recommendations have been overtaken by events because the administration has changed, and that was regarding the Mbale School of the Deaf. The other one was that there were some security officers that were guarding the equipment, and we hear some of them have been withdrawn. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to briefly report on that matter.
Sorry, Chairman, I want our record for the answered people to have it very right.
Okay.
Was it a petition or it was a field study?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, sorry, it was a petition that the Speaker directed the committee to go and investigate.
Then if it was a petition, please read your report.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Because
Speaker.
why we captured it here, I'm seeing it as a field report, which is provided for under Rule 34.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker,
And you just summarize it.
in the introduction, during the plenary sitting of 19th July 2022, Honorable Alex Ndezi raised the matter of national importance regarding mismanagement of Mbale School for the Deaf, in which the Honorable Member prayed that the Ministry of Education and Sports implements the recommendations of the Ministry's investigative team contained in its report titled Report on the Disagreements by the team contained in its report, Management of Mbale School of the Deaf. And Mr. Speaker, this one can be seen in the Hansard of July 19th of 2022. And the said report, marked as Annex 1 and Annex 2 respectively. Mr. Speaker,
Procedure, Honorable Kayemba Solo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. You had requested the Comrade Chairman to give us a brief of the report, but he's reading from the start. I think we might leave here at 8. Is the proceeding right by not giving us a brief about the report?
No, he's proceeding extremely right. Because if you heard me very well, and Chairman, this is where you will need to correct your record very well.
yes,
Your record says report of the Committee on Education and Sports on its field visit to appraise management challenges of Mbare School for the DIF. Okay? Now, the moment you report it that way, it's provided for under Rule 34 of our Rules of Procedure, whereby under 34.2, you are supposed to just give a summary, and then I will appoint a date for debate. But now, later on, you told me it was a petition, you are processing a petition. So, Cracker, you will have to help us to capture it very well that it was a petition, okay? Not a field visit report. Honorable colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have councillors from Zombo district. They'll be going back, so allow me to introduce them now. They are represented in Parliament by our very own Commissioner, Honorable Afoyo Chan Esther, and Honorable Kum Gabriel. And you can see they are marching, seated together marching. Yeah. So they've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me once again in welcoming them. Thank you. So, Honorable Chair, let's resume.
Thank you very much.
For issues which have been overtaken by events, you don't need to go to them.
Yes.
Just go to the prayers and you capture issues which you feel we should capture here.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, the report is very voluminous, and I was trying to give the background. Something else came up. So I beg that I just go to the recommendations.
Yes, Honorable Wanka, Dr. Wanka, procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not yet certain that this was a petition. We want to hear from the chairperson to appraise us, because when he began reading, the introduction does not prove that that report arose out of the petition. Are we proceeding well, Mr. Speaker, when the chair cannot verify, is not even certain whether that report arose out of a petition?
Honorable Wanka is raising a very important point. Chairman, the route you're taking us, okay, is really not the right one, my senior brother. Because I've just seen here, this matter, Honorable Alex Ndezi raised it as a matter of national importance. Then the Prime Minister gave a response, okay, and a report was needed, and then thereafter, the committee decided to do a field visit. So I think the record was very clear from the onset that it's a field visit, not a petition. Okay? So can we just have it as a field visit? Okay? Let's capture it as a field visit report, and then I will appoint time for debate. Okay?
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
And
Honourable Minister Asamo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to think that the committee does not know what they are reporting. And I heard at first the chairman said the head teacher has been removed, the other will be removed. It's as plain as that. But I also know that the Minister of Education, under the leadership of Mama Janet, already met the people who had issues about the school. And some of those actions were taken. I want to believe that the report could even have been overtaken. I'm on procedure, please. Have been overtaken by events, because whatever recommendations they have done, the same complaints were also taken to the ministry, and the Minister of Education has handled some of those issues, and that's what resulted into the head teacher being taken, and also how to harmonize the school. So maybe if there are other recommendations other than that, we'd be happy to receive them. So is it procedure right for the chairperson who does not understand his report to continue reporting until he can maybe give us the real thing? Thank you.
So, Honorable Asamo, when you talk like that, I can't guarantee your security because you saw how this report was guarded when they presented it here. so please, okay? This report is the chair and the team, they know what is in their report, but it's a procedure matter. The moment Parliament gives an assignment, okay? Though this one, the committee, of course, field visit. It was out of their own initiative, okay? But that becomes also a report of Parliament. Because they spend resources of Parliament, they must report back. And the report must come here. Whether overtaken by events or not, there are many other things we run from such reports. And if government took measures, they never reported here, we don't know. They never told us what they resolved, okay? So for us here, we are going to have our report. I don't want to frustrate my committees. Let them continue doing their work. And Chairman, you've already finished your work. We can go to the next item. I'll be appointing time for the next report. Okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I would like to correct a record that I do know what I'm reading about.
Sure.
So the comment given by the Honorable Minister for the Disability was unfortunate for a whole committee.
That's why I didn't guarantee our security.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. Honorable Sarah, procedure. Chair is one of the most senior legislators, whom we respect very much.
So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would also like, I had already laid on the table the first report, and then the second report is about the Committee on Education and Sports on the matter of phasing out of comprehensive nursing certificate and diploma courses.
Yeah, but Honorable, that's item number 9 on the order paper, so you cannot.
Thank you very
now.
much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you.
Procedure.
I had allowed Honorable Sarah Pende on procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my apology that I have to take you back. You have indicated that you were all in the House yesterday when the Honorable Ssemujju made the statements that he made, specifically saying that His Excellency the President, whether owns or has been supporting, is it Kanyarieru Secondary School, and paying 700,000 per child in that school. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a house of record. And the statement is made, the proceedings are live. Please, I'm on procedure. The proceedings are live. Proceedings have been captured. And Right Honorable Speaker, the member was asked, the Honorable Ssemujju said he had evidence. And Right Honorable Speaker, if he has evidence and is not in the House today, Right Honorable Speaker, would it not be procedural right to demand that the Honorable Ssemujju lays his statement here? So rather than expunging first, rather than expunging, Right Honorable Speaker, because yes, this is a house of, if we continue expunging statements, instead of asking members to substantiate and maybe even apologize, because for him to say the head of state pays 700,000 to a student in a particular school, when our children are being paid capitation grant of 10,000 per term, Right Honorable Speaker, would it not be procedural right that this statement remains on record until Tuesday, when the Honorable Ssemujju will appear in this House with his evidence, and then we can proceed and expunge, but also demand for an apology from him, Right Honorable Speaker. So would it not be procedural right that
Thank
this
you.
matter remains on the record of this parliament?
Thank you. Honorable Sarah, I can understand where you're coming from, but two things. Number one, I've already ruled. Okay, I've already ruled on the matter. And in case one is not satisfied with my ruling, Rule 87 of our Rules of Procedure provides for how to challenge the Speaker's ruling. But number two, I talked to Honorable Semuju today afternoon. Okay? Yes. And he told me it was raised by a certain former woman MP for Metiana. So I helped him in getting a record. I said I promised that we shall cooperate. So, so I told him, sir, I can't do research for you on this matter. So if you do, I'm going to expunge it from your record. And the moment I expunge it, if you want to reinstate it, then you will bring evidence and you table the matter here. But I felt it was a matter which didn't need to spend another night on our record books, okay? Through a point of procedure, through any other means, a member can demand Honorable Semuju to resign, to apologize next week if he comes. If a member so wishes, okay? And whoever will be a presiding officer will guide at that time, okay? But what is very, very important, honorable colleagues, is when I'm doing things here, I don't do them for the camera. I do them for the record. This record is going to be, and that's the pressure I usually get from you, honorable colleagues. Most of you want to speak between 2 and 4 p.m. when the media is still alive and hot, and you get it. And if we are to run the house that way, then we shall be, instead of presenting in plenary, we shall be addressing press conferences, using parliament to address press conferences, which is not the right thing to do, yeah, for now. But I get where you're coming from, Honorable Sarah. Yeah. Yes. Honorable John Face.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the chair of the Committee of Education, before he presented the petition or the report, it's on record he said that this report has been taken by events, some content of it. But Right Honorable Speaker, when I looked through the report, this report implicates one of the administrators who was the headmistress of the school.
Honorable, you're debating a report, which I have said I will appoint time to do that. Yes.
Now I'm just commenting.
No, you're delving into a report of which I said I'll appoint time. So that's debating, unfortunately. Okay? Thank you. Next item.
Item 7 on the order paper, motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Equal Opportunities on the state of refugees and refugee hosting communities in Uganda.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm here to present on the report of the Committee on Equal Opportunities on the state of refugees and refugee hosting communities in Uganda. I beg to lay the report. Also, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, allow me lay the minutes of the meeting of the committee with various stakeholders from the refugees and refugee hosting communities of Uganda. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, with your guidance from yesterday, I would like to go through very briefly. This report focuses on the situation of refugees in camps distributed throughout the country. The committee visited a number of camps, and in the methodology, in preparing the report, various districts hosting refugees were visited. We held meetings with the leadership of the district local governments of Arua, Koboko, Yumbe, Ajumani, Lamuo, Kiriandongo, Chegegwa, Kamwenge, and Isinjiro. And also host communities were visited. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, allow me to take us to page 8. Where we have the overview of the status of refugees. The settlement camps in Ajumani, Palabek also in Lamuo, Bidibidi settlement in Yumbe, Mvepi refugee settlement in Terego, Kampala settlement, Kiriandongo settlement in Kiriandongo, Chakatu settlement, Changwali, Koboko, Nachivale settlement in Isinjiro, Palorinya in Obongi, Rhino settlement in Madiokolo, and Ramwanja in Kamwenge were visited. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, allow me to take you to page 18 has the achievements of interventions by government and also different actors who are working to support refugees and also refugee hosting communities, which is ranging from integration of refugees to different services like education services, health services, and also food security and livelihoods. I believe you have the report and you'll be able to read. Allow me to take you to page 24, where we have challenges, observations, and recommendations. One is about compromised healthcare quality, as well as pressure on education and schooling system. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee observed that the above challenges were aggravated by secondary factors, and committee came up with recommendations. One is that government of Uganda and its partners such as UNHCR should put in more resources for infrastructure like construction of classrooms, latrine stances, recruitment of more teachers to be able to cope with pressure to the existing education facilities and human resources. The second is about Ministry of Education developing an in-service refresher short course aimed at specifically equipping teachers of schools in refugee settlement to respond to the unique needs of learners. Another challenge is about water, sanitation, and hygiene. Under that, the committee observed that poor waste management, unmanaged pressure on wash facilities, increasing dependence on donors for service delivery, such as water supply, and poor adolescent hygiene, especially for girls, which risk undermining gains made in refugee management in Uganda. And the recommendations under that, the committee recommends that government needs to engage implementing partners and have continuous engagement with refugees and host communities on water user fee to enhance sustainable wash management in the long run. The committee also recommends sensitizing refugees on simple waste sorting techniques and introduce affordable solid waste management as a temporary measure, as mechanized waste management plants are not an affordable option in the short term. And also for OPM to construct more water supply systems and latrines to cater for increasing influx of refugees. And then girls to be provided with life skills, such as making of reusable sanitary pads to avoid dependence on donors for everything. The other challenge is around management of natural resources, where the committee observed that with the intense pressure on natural resources, refugees had started conflicting with host communities on natural resources for survival. The committee recommends for allocation of additional financial resources and measures for natural resource conservation. The committee further observed that the focus of the current livelihoods support program for beneficiary households in refugee host communities were limited to existing economic activities such as subsistence agriculture, petty trade, few livestock, traditional bricklaying, support for border and taxi transporters. And there, the committee recommends that government programs for host communities should focus on community empowerment initiatives such as specialized skills training and value addition to existing production process. The committee also observes that the number of refugees arriving in the country has been increasing in a high rate, raising concerns over the long-term sustainability. The committee recommends additional diplomatic efforts to be made to ensure that peace and tranquility prevails in the neighboring countries to enable refugees resettle in their countries of origin, and also for national refugee policy to be reviewed in collaboration with regional governments in order to ensure that government and UNHCR, which is a leading UN agency supporting refugees, so that they can resettle excess refugees to third countries. In addition, the committee recommends that additional funding should be allocated to OPM for purposes of undertaking mobilization and sensitization activities needed for peaceful coexistence between refugees and host communities, as well as establishing structured economic interventions to uplift the economic prospect of refugees, prospect of host communities as confidence building mechanism for the empowerment of host communities. And then facilitating affirmative action to host districts in the areas of social services such as healthcare and education. And the last one under that is about improving agricultural productivity among host communities through affordable irrigation schemes to ensure food security for host communities who are usually not beneficiaries of the UN food funding. The committee observes that while local governments hosting refugee settlements have additional pressure on their social services, they do not control additional funding for extra refugee population in their districts. The committee therefore recommends that existing budget support to refugees, which is currently centralized in the office of the Prime Minister, should be restructured so that some funds are reallocated and managed by host local governments. This would stimulate local growth and stand local descent to refugees. The committee observes that the continued influx of new arrivals from South Sudan, which happened throughout from 2020 to 2023, created shortage of land for settlement of new arrivals, and also poor road networks within the settlements due to heavy rains. The committee therefore recommends that government of Uganda should expedite the compensation to the landowners where refugee settlements and other institutional and social services such as schools and health centers were constructed, and also rehabilitating roads within the host communities and refugee settlements. The other challenge is about land wrangles. The committee observed that an impending conflict over land ownership and use in refugee settlement is existing. The committee identified issues within the area of land management. One, for accommodating refugees, host communities had high expectations for material benefits in exchange for their land. However, this was not forthcoming. There were also disagreements over land boundaries among different host communities and with refugees, which created an active conflict over land use and land ownership. The other is about property owners. Some of them were threatening to repossess land formerly given to refugees due to delayed compensation. The other is about refugees who refused to settle in their located plots, and they chose to migrate to other zones in an attempt to locate their loved ones, which resulted into overcrowding of these particular zones. There was also shortage of land for agriculture, leading to fear of food security among the host communities. The committee recommends that government should fast-track settlements of compensation claims by host communities to ensure that host community goodwill is not taken for granted. And also to conduct further negotiations with the host communities for more land on a rental basis in pursuit of sustainable food production and reducing dependence on donors for refugees' food supply. The other challenge is about the donor cuts. The committee observed that budget cuts to refugees programs was affecting service delivery. Specifically, Dr. Deep program and USMID was scheduled to end operations in December 2023 in all the areas we visited, in the north, in Changwali, and also in Chiriandongo. In Lamu, when donors pulled out of the Street Child Project, 37 teachers who were paid under the project were laid off, thereby increasing the teacher-pupils ratio from 1 to 58 up to 1 to 164. In Chegegwa, also a similar issue. Out of 338 teachers in schools, only 98 of them were on government payroll, and donor partners were paying the remaining 240 teachers. However, members were informed that a total of 136 teachers and 50 teaching assistants had their contracts terminated by the end of February 2023 due to reduced donor funding across all the schools in the settlements. In Lamua also, it is a similar issue about general food assistance in the settlement with collection points which were established under the UN World Food Program. And there is also reduced food allocation as a result of the donor cuts, funding cuts. The committee recommends that government needs to have contingency financial plans for refugees in situations where donor funding dwindles, such as during COVID-19 crisis, and also to absorb teachers recruited under donor support once the project are phased out, and to have a policy to curtail the inflow of refugees to a sustainable level beyond the goodwill of donors. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Uganda, for all its hospitality, has under difficult circumstances handled the large inflow of refugees from the Great Lakes region. This has placed a lot of pressure on social services, especially in host communities in the country. Currently, in the health sector, there's approximately 1 doctor to every 24,000 citizens and 1 nurse per 11,000 people. Because of the huge inflow of refugees amidst decreasing donor support, Uganda can hardly cope with this trend. The committee strongly recommends that government revisits its refugee policy to forestall probable long-term conflict resulting from overflow of refugees and underfunding resulting from cuts in budgetary support from donors. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to report.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students from Bugema University under the umbrella Bugema University Students Association. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. You're always welcome. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, for the record, when I was mentioning MPs from Zombo, I forgot the Honorable Songa Lawrence, MP for Ola County in Zombo, and of course also our very own Catherine Mavenjina, MP for the elderly. Honorable Kumugabgier, I mentioned him, he was seated with Honorable Esther Foyochan. So, honorable colleagues, I think we should quickly dispose of this report. It's a report that has a recommendation which you're saying it is even a strong one, of saying we should review our refugee policy, more or less with the intention of closing our borders. really, that shouldn't be something for this parliament, for the house to handle at this stage. It really involves a lot by the time you reach this kind of decision. I don't want us to break news from here that Parliament has said, please stop welcoming more refugees. Such a recommendation is really, they should be left to the executive after wide consultation with the international community, because it's our obligation under international laws. It's our obligation. You cannot stop someone who is running away from war to come and enter country. So, but during the debate, I hope a certain member can raise that issue and we amend that recommendation. Yes. Honorable Christine Kaya. I want to first pick MPs from refugee hosting areas. Yes, I have here Sinjiro. I have Kisoro. I have no, us who are in Kampala are not refugees. You might declare me a refugee when you started saying Kampala. Kampala, we are here, we're enjoying and contributing. Okay? The honorable colleagues, I'm going to pick, you don't mind, okay? But I'm going to pick, I'll start with Isinjiro, I add on Kisoro, I add on Karamoja, I'll add on... Now, the whole of that line, apart from Honorable Achani Judith, it's West Nile, and maybe Bugisu. So talk among yourselves and agree on one person. I'll pick one. Okay, I want to pick, yes, each hosting area I'll pick one. I want to do around 5 MPs, we finish. So I'm seeing around 9 MPs from West Nile. You know, it's the same. So I picked Karamoja, Isinjo you have, for Ankore, I've picked Kigezi, one. Ankore I've picked the refugee hosting. Yes. I want to pick Achori, let me pick Itigum, okay? Yes, I'll pick, Busoga, you don't have refugees. Yeah. So let me pick those ones for now, then we shall see how it goes, okay? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Kampala, I think it is Honorable Aran Sewanyana who has a lot of Eritreans. Yeah. So I'll pick Honorable Sewanyana. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You had already offered me an opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue, this time around, the issue of carrying capacity. When we interface with the rest of the countries, they have defined the number of refugees to host. And then, when extra report, there is another way of handling them. Recently, I attended a meeting, a conference with the pastoralists. And all countries had this issue where people cross over from Sudan to Somalia and everywhere. But with the help of IGAD, we are supposed to establish our carrying capacities as countries, and then past the number, we negotiate for how we are going to handle the extra. And then, as refugees come in, we are supposed to monitor how they will be going back to their respective countries. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda is cited internationally to host climate-induced migrants. And wherever they talk of climate-induced migration, Uganda is cited number 1. Meaning that some people, as they come, having been affected by wars, at the same time, they cannot go back because the environment is also harsh. So they have no intentions of leaving this country. That is why they are already in conflicts as far as land management and tenure security is concerned. Right Honorable Speaker, we must plan for how refugees will be going back to their countries. Or else we plan on how to give them on how they can own land in Uganda. Otherwise, Right Honorable Speaker, as Uganda, we must also concentrate on the host communities. I was working with NGOs and we used to work with the refugee camps in Moyo. And Right Honorable Speaker, the way we treat host communities really is like they should be left out, too much privilege on the refugees, and this one demotivates our people. They should be the ones to be empowered to care for these refugees. But it turns out to be that it is the host communities to be on the mass of the refugees. Right Honorable Speaker, this issue must be addressed. We are hospitable, but there is a certain point in time where we also need to define the fulfillment of the rights of our Ugandans.
Thank you. Honorable Kangwaje.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I come from Isinjiro, and I want to thank the chairperson for their good report and your good recommendations. You talked about Isinjiro, and you cited only Nakivale refugee hosting camp, but did not talk about Orchinga refugee settlement camp. It is also found in Isinjiro. We also have some many refugees there. Right Honorable Speaker, they talked about the issue of land ownership and land use. It is the major problem in all hosting communities of the refugees. Right Honorable Speaker, Isinjiro started receiving refugees since the 1960s. Refugees from different countries, Rwandese, Burundians, Congolese, Somalis, so many people from different countries. But they found people on ground, the nationals, the people from Isinjiro, the nationals were there. But the government, with the NHCR, they decided to give that land to refugees without even compensating those people on ground. You can imagine. But when refugees come, they just settle them in people's gardens, people's land, without even consulting the owners of that land. And when they try sometimes to complain to us, their leaders, there is no way you can be listened to. We have even tried to put some, mechanisms on ground as leaders on how we can live with these refugees. Because refugees really, for them, they are innocent. They are innocent. They have to live a good life. They are also human beings. We know there are challenges. But when the leadership of the refugees decides to settle these people without considering the leadership of the nationals, that's where problems come from. And we decided to tell them, before you settle them, sit with us. We tell you where you can settle these people before you bring problems to people. But they have failed.
Thank you. Yeah, honorable point well noted. I hope the Prime Minister was capturing. Yeah, thank you. Kisoro?
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, it is wrong for, if we are in the East African community or African Union, why should some countries be exporting refugees and others are importing refugees, and we don't handle it at that diplomatic level where states can discuss to address the causes of refugee export? That's the very big issue. Because now, here the refugees who are in Uganda are from East African countries. Yet we have East African community, we have International Conference of the Great Lakes region, and when they hold the summits, what do they discuss? When we had the Konyo in the north, did the refugees go out beyond the borders? So why can't these countries also improvise and we have internally displaced people's camps within their countries? Because UN has been in DRC for now close to 10 years. What are they doing there? So can't we improvise that these countries create an environment where their own nationals can stay within their boundaries, and then they are protected by UN, both East African force? I thank you.
Thank you. But honorable colleagues, you remember, many Ugandans were once refugees in other countries. Okay? Yeah. Huh? Please. Our president was, the family was in Sweden. In Nairobi, wasn't in a camp. So please, honorable colleagues, okay? That I think it is really wrong for us to start insinuating that these are people who have options. No, these are people who don't have options. Okay? So we can address other issues of how the process is handled, but the issue of someone who is running away because he has nowhere to stay because of war is an issue that shouldn't be that debatable. Honorable Aaron Sewanyana.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
But I'm on the floor.
My name is Honorable Aaron Sewanyana, Right Honorable Speaker.
Sorry?
You called Aaron Sewanyana and you was the one standing.
No, I turned here. I said,
thank you.
Because I want to pick from both sides. I want to be, I know Honorable Repair. I know.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of refugees is a very important issue for us as Parliament to discuss about. So many people have been wondering over the massive influx of the refugees, especially here in Kampala. There are so many within our communities, much as people think here and outside, that refugees do stay in camps which are not regular in Kampala. But we have so many, Right Honorable Speaker. We have communities of the Congolese in Machindye, Chibuye 2 parish. We have Eritreans in Rukuri, Zambia parishes, and even Somalis in Kampala Central. They are almost overtaking the population of the residents there. Right Honorable Speaker, most of these people have too much money to avail themselves with good houses, with good food, and everything good in life. But of course, this has brought problems. And the landlords there do not wish to accommodate residents of Ugandan descent, preferring Eritreans because they come along with so much money to afford their houses. And now the houses are becoming too expensive for our people. They have been complaining to us as leaders that please do something as leaders. Can the government control these people at least in one place or one area? Because they are going everywhere now. They come, they take over a flat of more than 50 tenants for themselves. They have been doing this. It is not their fault, but the standard of living and they have created there is too high for our residents. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to the ministry to try and see how to control this issue because it is becoming a problem. They are even...
Thank you. Honorable Sewanyana doesn't want to reach people in his area. Honorable Bigarose.
Right Honorable Speaker, I really want to thank the chair for this particular motion. Terego hosts, the population of Terego, half is refugees and half are the host community. The refugees have brought in a lot of development in Terego. If you see the funds coming from Dr. Deep that have built the district headquarters of Terego is because of refugees. Even the most recent ambulance was given to Terego East because of the refugees. West Nile stayed in Sudan, South Sudan and Congo for such a long time. Thank God some of my colleagues here have never known what it means to be a refugee. We should treat these people with dignity. These are human beings. They have come not because they want your country. They have come because there's a challenge back home. It's only human to be human to them. The few challenges they are having currently, we can address them. Actually, in Terego last week, I was able to appreciate all the first graders of PLE, inclusive of refugees. I don't segregate between refugees and host community because over 20 years they have been with us. Definitely, I want to say that I agree with hosting refugees. If you want the ones in Isinjiro not there, please send them to Terego. We still have a lot of land. Thank you.
Honorable Chani Judith.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. But I also want to inform my colleague, Honorable Sewanyan, that the 1951 Refugee Convention of the 28th July provides internationally the rights of the refugees to own properties. And that includes those infrastructures you talk about. It talks about the lands. So we cannot, as Uganda, being the leading refugee hosting country, portray a bad image in this house out there that we do not protect refugees. And yet, we have so many refugees who sought asylums outside the country. I'm a victim of war in northern Uganda. How many northern people from northern Uganda outside there as refugees in a way of seeking asylum? So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to make it on record that as Uganda, we protect refugees and will continue to protect refugees because we know tomorrow is dark. You never know where you will be tomorrow. I beg to submit.
Honorable Dur.
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking procedural guidance from you on two matters. First is your communication on how this debate should go. If I misunderstood you, I am sorry. You had guided that this House cannot adopt the recommendations provided by the report of the committee to the extent that the refugee policy should be reviewed. And secondly, hearing from the conversations, the debate by my colleagues here, we seem not to be well versed with our own law we made here, the Refugee Act of 2006. Uganda, as a sovereign state, has the right to reject or to admit. And there are Ugandans who have gone to other countries and they have been refused to enter those countries. So while we are going to debate, this should be clear that as a sovereign nation, we can say no. It is not a given. We can say no or we can say yes. And this parliament under Article 79, we can make law on any matter. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted you to guide us so that we don't debate as if Uganda is the only country with open legs and wide for whoever wants to come and enter and exit.
Now, if there is a person whom I knew I would tag along going to heaven was Jonathan Odur. But now he's also opening, entering annex. No, Honorable, what I was emphasizing, and if you heard me, how I justified my point was, I said this is an issue where the executive would need to go back review, do wide consultations with international bodies, and we look at our engagements, okay, before we come up with such a conclusion. That was my guidance. And why do I say it? Let me tell you, honorable colleagues, we can say statements here. You've heard in some countries. We can say statements here, and tomorrow you hear refugees being attacked. That's what I'm trying to be cautious about, okay? So these are issues which you can assign the executive to first go and clearly bring out issues to do with the refugee policy, if it needs to be reviewed on. Then after, okay, we come here, we discuss deeply, guided by full information. That's what I was avoiding, is a situation which can create problems. I had allowed Honorable Repe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I just want to be categoric and say that I will restrict myself strictly to the report that was presented. The role of this committee is to ensure that they uphold all the activities that they try to superintend, uphold the principles of equal opportunity, and to ensure that when they look at what is going on in the country, that nothing impedes the promotion of the aspects of equal opportunity. When we look at matters of refugees, I would have expected the committee to make sure that it looks at the aspects or the impact of the refugee activity in undermining the principles of equal opportunity. Now, when I listened to the presentation by the chair of the committee, what appeared was the committee went and carried out an oversight role. It almost acted like a sectoral committee because it showed what is happening there. There are no latrines, there are no schools, there are no adequate facilities, etc. I think what the committee should have done is to see whether the practices there are upholding the principles of equal opportunity. You know, whether there's discrimination, whether the presence of refugees there are affecting the policy on equal opportunities. So I beg that the committee should actually look at the emphasis on the barriers that are not upholding equal opportunities in this country. Like, for example, workplace culture, you know, lack of, you know, female leaders, lack of gender practice of gender stereotypes, etc. So I would want that next time when the committee carries out this type of role, it should act as a standing committee, not really bring out issues that a sectoral committee would bring, because that would be taken care of in another bit. And then lastly, I want.
Thank you, Honorable Zijan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the way the conversation is flowing, I sense that there is...
Honorable, here we don't use the language of conversations and what. Here we debate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Much obliged, Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Speaker. I see that the debate is mixing two categories of people when we talk about the subject of refugees. We have all refugees are non-Ugandans, are foreigners. But not every foreigner is a refugee. So the honorable colleague, Alan Sewanyana's debate is addressing foreigners in Kampala and categorizing them generally as refugees. These rich non-Ugandans who are renting our buildings are investors. They are running businesses here and supporting our economy. And it is wrong, to look at someone in Kampala who doesn't look like a Msoga and you automatically conclude that this one is a refugee. Secondly, Uganda subscribes to international laws that govern refugees. There is a defense of non-refoulement. Non-refoulement is a defense that says that once someone claims that their life is in danger, you cannot return them to a country from which they are running. And Uganda is under obligation to protect whoever arrives at our borders. But we also don't want to debate as if we are ignorant of the fact that Uganda alone on its own does not have the resources to host these people. We have the international community. Now the report is saying that the international community's support is dwindling, is coming down. What needs to be addressed, perhaps at a diplomatic level, is to negotiate with countries that participate in this cause in increasing resources to Uganda, which is a very friendly country, which does very well in hosting refugees. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zijan. Honorable Nekalit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the report. Right Honorable Speaker, this report is very critical for us as members of Parliament to debate it. Right Honorable Speaker, we are all candidates of refugees. Depending on the time, However, Right Honorable Speaker, when we are debating this report, we may not run away from the issues of the cost-benefit analysis. Simply because we may not bite more than we can chew. We allow refugees to come. That is obvious. But we need also to control the influx, depending on how we can manage them. It is very paramount, Right Honorable Speaker. Because when you look at the report, it talks about the dwindling of the donation. It talks about lack of service delivery, which is actually low now, because there are very many. Therefore, it is very important for us to also put into consideration the influx. How many can we admit is very important. It is very important, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in Kitgum, we border the refugee camp. And when you look at the service deliveries, for example, in the hospital, medicines get finished very fast. The number of services that should be given to other people within the community get dwindling very fast. Therefore, if we are to allow the influx, as government, we need to take into consideration to equip the service delivery to be enough to the host community. Hospitals should have enough medicines, the schools should have enough facilitation, such that we go for a win-win situation. Otherwise, they are very important. We are all candidates of being refugees. I submit.
Thank you. Leader of Opposition, then followed by Minister Murimba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join colleagues in appreciating the committee for this report. Three critical things, Right Honorable Speaker. One, Uganda is host to the largest number of refugees in Africa. In fact, as of 2022, we had nearly 1.5 million, and that number keeps growing. Now, it's good manners, good neighborliness to let people who are running away from precarious situations, and you give them shelter and you give them a place of refuge, as it were. And we should not stop doing that. But I think we need to compel government, through the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to engage our neighboring countries, because Uganda should not be carrying this burden entirely on its own. This number continues to grow by the day, and it's having negative impacts back home. So we want to welcome refugees, yes, but can we deal with this situation? Can we engage other governments so that Uganda does not get to shoulder this burden alone? That's one. Number two, and if there is some kind of engagements, maybe the Minister of Foreign Affairs should update this House what exactly is happening, so that we know we are not just sitting on this issue. Number two, there's a challenge of the host communities. I've been looking at this report and seeing how disempowered the host communities are. And now I'm getting more bothered about the host communities beyond just the refugees. So that, because this is the report, and the report is going beyond just the refugees. Take an example. In Adjumani, out of 3 counties in the district, none of them has a health center for, contrary to existing government policies of a health center for per county. That bothers me. I'm now more concerned about our own. Yes, let's welcome the refugees, but you see, in this situation, even if the refugees were not there, the locals are in a precarious situation themselves. In Yumbe district, 2 counties had no health center force, while 2 others had no health facilities at all. But how, in 2024, government? This is beyond now the refugees. This is about our own people, Ugandan people. And it's captured here in this report. In several others. We are talking about pressure on education, pressure on sanitation, and so on. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think we need to compel government to be a lot more serious, number one, about the people of Uganda, and then by extension, the refugees. Let's welcome them, because even ourselves, you might find yourself in a situation that requires you to require shelter elsewhere. But as we do that, can we empower our local communities, first and foremost, on their own, for their own good, away from the refugees? Because like I'm saying, even if the refugees were not in place, these communities don't have health center force. How? It's not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable John Mrimba.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I would like to thank the committee for their report. But also, through you, Honorable Speaker, I would like to add that many times in this House, we seem to have stabbed ourselves in the foot when we are carrying out debate in respect of our national laws and international conventions to which we are signatory. Accordingly, I would like through you, Mr. Speaker, to appeal to our committee clerks to help us carry out research extensively before we write and produce reports. Because in many cases, they are putting us at crossroads with the very obligations, international obligations, to which we are party. And may I just say this, Mr. Speaker? Uganda acceded to the 1951 Convention relating the status of refugees in 1967 protocol, henceforth jointly referred to as 1951 Convention on Refugees. That was on September 27th, 1976. The country also ratified the broader regional 1969 OAU Convention concerning specific aspects of refugee problems in Africa in 1987. And we are discussing here the specifics on how to either accommodate, whether to allow in, whether to refer to third parties. Those specifics were clearly elucidated in the 1987 protocol, to which we are signatory. Mr. Speaker, Uganda also acceded to the 1954 Convention relating the status of stateless persons on the 15th of April 1965 with no reservations, but also not state party to 1961 Convention on reduction on stateless persons. Mr. Speaker, hearing the debate here and also arising from what is contained in the report, and having had your guidance, I want to plead with this House that we agree that there are a number of discrepancies, there are a number of hiccups in this report, some of which are even showing discords with our own refugee policy. And accordingly, I would like to agree with your earlier guidance, Mr. Speaker, that if this House can permit, we can refer this report back for refinement, to make us look neat, to make us look coherent with what is contained in our refugee policy, and also in accordance with the International Refugee Conventions, to which we are signatory. Mr. Speaker, in 2009, a special summit of African Union sat here in Kampala and resulted in the Kampala Declaration on refugees. We have that on record. And we discuss and put out, but what hurts me is that this is a Kampala Declaration on refugees. And the report seems to have a lot of discord in accordance with that declaration. I feel a bit sad when we are discussing this as if we do not know, and yet this is a Kampala Declaration. I would like to plead with colleagues and members that yes, we register the concerns, and most of the concerns are indeed internal administrative issues. If you please, Mr. Speaker, you would guide that this report be referred, we refine it, and then come back and discard from a smart point of view. I beg submit.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from Obongi District Local Government. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Maneno Zumra and Honorable Boka George Didi. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. And because of that, let me allow Honorable Boka to make a comment because he had been standing up. I think, please stand up for recognition so that we can welcome you once again. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, for giving me this opportunity to thank you for receiving and recognizing the presence of my district leaders, led by the Speaker as well as the district chairman in this august House. I'm equally very, very happy that they had an opportunity to listen to the debate on the issues and concerns around refugees and host communities. Obongi is one of the districts in Uganda that hosts Palorinya refugee settlement, Mr. Speaker, sir. Unique amongst refugees hosting districts in Uganda is that whereas the district has only a population of about 55,000 nationals, 135,000 people in Obongi district are refugees. And therefore, when we are discussing and debating on this important issue of equity in access to opportunities for host and refugees communities, it touches our hearts. Refugees and host communities have a right. Government and the international community has a duty to protect, to provide, to facilitate the progressive realization of the rights of refugees for quality services. But within this context, we need, Mr. Speaker, sir, to be guided by the Global Compact on Refugees. That requires us to see to it that there is safety and security for the refugees wherever they are. That requires that we have access to services. But importantly, that requires that host countries and host communities are supported by the international community to ensure we provide in an equitable way the services for both host and refugees. I thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, Prime Minister, wanted to comment? Oh, Honorable John has done an excellent. Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I can provide a brief report. Recently, in December last year, we had a global refugee forum in Geneva, Switzerland, where Uganda was recognized. We were recognized because of our policies, the refugee policies, globally. I represented the president, and the president was also honored in the same forum. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in 1986, Uganda was an exporter of refugees. Up to 500 refugees were living out in other countries around the globe.
500 or 500,000?
500,000.
Okay.
And currently, Uganda is hosting 1.6 million refugees presently. I was a co-chair or a co-convener of this global summit. However, there are a number of issues that came out. The dwindling resources, that are supposed to be brought here because of other global challenges. And so we came up with resolutions, and I request you, Right Honorable Speaker, that the minister in charge of refugees should be given space to come here and give a report of what resolutions we agreed on in that global summit. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, people who come to Uganda here as refugees come to, they come to save their dear life. They are running away from problems to our country because we are secure and we are peaceful. And we host them. We have a policy that allows our people or the neighbors to come freely into this country. And almost every month, I get people who come to benchmark on our policies in this country. The number of things that we need to put right, like I was in Isingiro recently, I don't know whether the Honorable MP, I'm told the MP from Isingiro, talked about the conflict that was existing between the host communities and the refugees. So we went there and put that right. Some of the issues that are coming up in the report are administrative, which we can handle. Yes. But Uganda is having a bigger position globally when it comes to refugees. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I request that I end here, but at a later time, I am going to invite, because it's only Uganda, Right Honorable Speaker, that has got a minister in charge of refugees. That shows how committed our president is and the government of NRM when it comes to refugees. Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, I want to thank you for the report and the committee. I've read through. Indeed, I saw many elements of the report should have been left to the sectoral committee on presidential affairs, so that you focus on policies and principles that enhance equal opportunities, okay, as a standing committee. So I refer the report back to the committee, go clean it up, and then I'll get for you more space next time. I want to thank you.
Thank you very much. Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next. Next item.
Item 8 on the order paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Government Assurances and Implementation on the presidential pledge to extend electricity to industrial parks directly from power generation plants.
Honorable Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the Committee of Government Assurance and Implementation on the presidential pledge to extend electricity to industrial parks directly from the power generation plants, and the minutes attached. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, the report I'm presenting is the work that was presided over by the outgoing leadership of the Committee on Government Assurance, led by Honorable Betty Namboze Bachireke and Honorable Joseph Sewung. My work is simply to present the report. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, this report is dated February 2023. Most likely that the assurance issues contained in this report may have received the implementation. Right Honorable Speaker, having said that, allow me to go through the report. The assurance under consideration the industrialization process. The plan puts emphasis on extending electricity supply to business and industrial parks in order to reduce the cost of electricity for manufacturers and increase competitiveness of locally manufactured products within the region and beyond. The National Industrial Policy 2020 also seeks to build a fully integrated, competitive, high-value and productive industrial sector through increased value addition of the local materials and products with comparative advantage for socio-economic transformation. Export of manufactured products by facilitating industries to increase production and match market demands in terms of both quality and quantity. Employment in the industrial sector through establishment and promotion of industries that create large-scale employment opportunities, ensuring inclusive growth and sustainable development, and adoption of environmentally sustainable technologies by manufacturing subsectors. Currently, the Investment Authority operates 8 public industrial and business parks: Kampala, Namamve, Luzira, Bweyogerere, Jinja, Soloti, Mbale, Kasese, and Mbalala, Small and Medium Enterprise Park. The authority also supports 3 operational private industrial parks: Rio Shene Kapeka, MMP Buikwe, and Tiantang Mukono, thereby making it 11 industrial and business parks across the country. Accordingly, on the 4th June 2021, His Excellency the President, while addressing Parliament on the state of the nation, promised to supply electricity to industrial parks directly from some of the government dams in a bid to reduce the end-user cost of electricity for manufacturers and increase competitiveness of locally manufactured products. In particular, His Excellency the President stated, and I quote, "The cost of electricity is distorted by mistakes committed by some of the actors without my knowledge. We shall see how to get out of this mistake. One solution that I have already ordered for the industrial parks is to supply power directly from some of the government dams to them. I will not be deflected from that." End of the quote. It is on this basis and in line with the rules of procedure of Parliament 2021 that the committee scrutinized the level of implementation of the aforementioned assurance and now presents this report to the August House. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not going to read everything. The contents, the report is uploaded. Members can read. I want to go direct to the scope. This report focuses on the following key areas. 1, implementation of the presidential directive and the state of power supply to the industrial parks. Methodology documents were reviewed and they are stipulated in the report. There were meetings with the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, and there were field visits to selected industrial parks, Mbale Industrial Park and Mbale Industrial and Business Park, Soroti Industrial and Business Park, and Jinja Industrial and Business Park. Committee findings, implementation of the presidential directive. In June 2021, His Excellency the President directed the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development that the cost of electricity to the manufacturers be reduced to US cents 5 per unit. And the industrial parks should get power directly from government operating hydropower stations of Karuma, Isimba, Naruvale, Kira, without going through Umeme distribution network where it is technologically possible. Reducing the cost of electricity to the manufacturers. Pursuant to the President's promise, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development committed that by July 2022, all industrial consumers in industrial parks would be buying power directly from generation plants at a tariff of US cents 5 per unit. Annual subsidy amounting to Ugandan shillings 160.34 billion was needed to support this direct purchase. Details of the annual subsidy required per industrial park are indicated in the table 1 below. Members can read through the table. The committee further established that the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development had commenced implementation of the US cents 5 per unit as part of the January 2022 annual tariff review by Electricity Regulatory Authority. However, this was done as a pilot targeting 2 industrial parks, Rio Shen Industrial Park, Company Limited in Kapeka, and Industrial Park in Ibuikwe. According to the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, this was to enable for monitoring and evaluation of the impact of low tariff incentive on the industry's productivity and competitiveness of the products, which the associated demand response to inform the plan for full, that word should have been implementation of the directive of the manufacturers buying electricity at US 5 cents per unit. It was projected that the implementation of this pilot will lead to a revenue shortfall of about Ugandan shillings 11.89 billion in the energy sector for the period January to December 2022. Extension of power directly from the government operating hydro stations. Consequent to the directive on 18th June 2022, government completed the amendment of the Electricity Act 1999, which provided for the need for regulation to prescribe the terms under which industrial consumers may purchase electricity directly from generation or transmission companies. The development of the regulations had commenced and the following steps were being taken.
Chair, may I interrupt you? Yes. I have just around 4 minutes. Just go on page 10, we go to observations and recommendations, and then the whole report will be captured on the Hansard.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Observations and recommendations. On page 10, the committee observes that the implementation of the US Cent 5 per unit implemented by the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development through a pilot did not foster the spirit of fair competition among industrial parks because it benefited only privately operated industrial parks. Rio Shen Industrial Park Company in Kapeka and Industrial Park in Buikwe. The committee recommends that the Minister of Finance and Economic Planning should allocate to the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development funds, in brackets subsidy, amounting to Ugandan shillings 160.34 billion in the budget for the financial year 2003-2004 to cater for the full implementation of the presidential directive in all industrial parks to allow manufacturers purchase electricity at US cents 5 per unit. B, the committee observed that although His Excellency the President directed the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development to supply electricity to manufacturers directly from power generation plants, the execution of the directive had no supporting regulations in place as required by Electricity Amendment Act 2022. The committee recommends that the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development should table before the Parliament within 1 month proof of regulations clearly prescribing the terms under which industrial consumers may purchase electricity directly from generation or transmission companies and a clear roadmap plan on how government intends to extend electricity to industrial parks directly from power generation plants. Conclusion. His Excellency the President committed before the Parliament to extend electricity to industrial parks directly from power generation plants and reduce the cost of electricity for manufacturers to US cents 5 per unit. However, the committee's findings clearly demonstrate that the manufacturers continue to endure high cost of electricity, which undermines the country's aspirations as articulated in Vision 2040 and the National Development Plan 3 and the National Industrial Policy. Thus, the committee thoroughly established that the presidential pledge had not been fully fulfilled as prescribed in the table below. The table, members can read. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to report.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Honorable colleagues, Rule 41, we are going to Prime Minister's time. We shall debate this report after. Thank you.
Item
Next.
5. Item 5. Statement by the Right Honorable Prime Minister on government business for the succeeding week, 22nd February 2024, pursuant to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker.
This is the time which I always want protected.
Right Honorable
Please,
Speaker and
just-
honorable colleagues, I present a statement on the business for the succeeding week under Rule 28 of our Rules of Procedure. Number 1, the Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities will present a statement on the boundary management of Mount Elgon National Park. and the Uganda Wildlife Authority to protect the boundary. That Honorable Speaker, number 2 is the Ministry of Water and Environment will present a statement on the status of water coverage for both rural and urban areas across the country. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives will present a detailed statement on Uganda creating its own tea auction platform instead of solely depending on the Mombasa tea auction hub. Number 4, government will present action taken reports on the following: the Auditor General's Special Audit Report on the number of thermal power plant for the financial year that ended on 30th June 2021. On the erratic electricity supply in West Nile. On the Bujagali tax waiver. On the emergency total shutdown of the Isimba hydro plant. We shall also present the action taken report on the ministerial policy statement and budget estimates for the environment and natural resources sector for the financial year 2023-2024. The Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development will present a comprehensive statement on the nationwide electricity connection projects. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister. Next item.
Item number 6, Prime Minister's time.
Let's go for Prime Minister's time. I'll allow issues later.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Honorable Elijah Okupa, Member of Parliament, Kasiro County, Serere District. Let me read his narration first, or his question. That the Uganda Police Helicopter Aircraft Fixed Wing 5X PEF stroke P180 Plagio was bought in June 2019 at a price of US dollars 7.48 million US dollars. However, it's now being sold at a price of just 4 million US dollars. His prayer, can the Prime Minister update the House on this matter? Honorable Speaker, this is my response. That the Uganda Police Force has a police air wing whose function is to support policing within the country. It currently runs 4 aircrafts, 3 helicopters, and that one with a fixed wing. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the aircrafts were intended preliminarily to assist in the maintenance of law and order by conducting aerial patrols and surveillance, aerial search and rescue, rapid response, forced transportation, and sometimes medical and casualty evacuation. When not required by the police for the stipulated duties, they may be used as a charter service by government on payment of the prescribed fees. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the fixed wing aircraft, which is a 9-seater aircraft, was acquired in June 2019 at a cost of US dollars 7.48 million. and since then has only flown for less than 2,200 hours. This is mainly due to its operational limitations, which include designs that limit it to only paved or tarmacked runways, as well as high maintenance and operational costs. The aircraft is serviceable and has all the necessary requirements to operate. Let Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, due to the above mentioned limitations, Uganda Police Management has been considering option of how the aircraft could be effectively and efficiently utilized in advancing the police mandate, and where possible, be linked to working domestically in the aviation industry, with a possibility of leasing it to the national carrier, among other options. Disposal of the said aircraft has never been an option taken by police management as a way of utilization of the said aircraft. In any case, if any disposal was to be considered, due process would be diligently followed with all key stakeholders regarding the disposal of such an asset, and in that respect, value for money would certainly be a key consideration to take into account. Question number 2 came from Honorable Eunice Apio, Member of Parliament of Yam North, on the exclusion of Yam North in the distribution of water by National Water and Sewerage Corporation under the ongoing projects in the districts of Gulu, Omoro, and Oyam. Her prayer: can the Right Honourable Prime Minister update the House on the matter? My response: the Integrated Water Management and Development Project is a follow-up project being jointly implemented by the National Water and Sewerage Corporation and the Ministry of Water and Environment. Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, the scope of work under National Water and Sewerage Corporation entails the following. 1. Guru Water Supply and Sanitation Project. That Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, this is jointly funded by World Bank and a German development agency called KfW, implemented in 2 packages, Package 1 and Package 2. Package 2 is financed by World Bank, and it involves laying of 70.2 kilometer DN 500 ductile iron transmission pipeline from Karuma to Guru. Number 2, Mbale Water Supply and Sanitation Project. This project targets the population of Mbale and the neighboring areas, including the towns of Tareja, Busorwe, Chibuku, Kadama, Tirinyi, and Budaka. The project scope under National Water and Sewage Corporation entails expansion of the production capacity of Bungoho, that one Vanang, and the Manafa water treatment plants, that is from 4,000 cubic meters per day to 18,000 cubic meters per day, and 6,000 cubic meters per day to 9,000 cubic meters per day, respectively. The project also entails laying of 85 kilometers of pipe network, construction of a 2,000 cubic meter capacity reservoir, and rehabilitation and expansion of the storage system. The scope of work under the neighboring towns is being implemented under the Ministry of Water and Environment. Number 3, Adjuman Water Supply and Sanitation Project. This project targets Adjuman Town Council, Pakere, Zaipi, and Siforo, among others, and involves construction of water intake structure of capacity 12,000 cubic meters per day, water supply plant of capacity of 4,000 cubic meters per day, laying of 51.8 kilometer of water distribution network, and installation of the water storage capacity of 1,150 cubic meters, and construction of sanitation facilities. Number 4, source protection measures in Arua, Gulu, Mbale, and Bushenyi areas. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, works under package 2 of Gulu project are currently at 61%, and the project is expected to be completed by the end of October 2024. Contracts for Adjumani and Mbale were signed on 21st December 2023. The contractor is currently mobilizing to commence works, and this is expected in March 2024. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the National Water and Sewerage Corporation and Gulu City are jointly implementing the integrated program to improve living conditions in Gulu through grant financing from KFW. This program is being implemented in 2 phases. The works under phase 1 were completed in 2020, and the system is operational now. The scope of works included the following: 1, the rehabilitation and expansion of Oitino Dam, raw water intake and Gulu water treatment plant from 4,000 cubic meters per day to 10,000 cubic meters per day. This also included development of ground water capacity of 2,000 cubic meters per day. Honorable Speaker, rehabilitation and expansion of the sewage system, the construction of a fecal sludge treatment facility at Pesi in Chubu, Peche in Chubu, and construction of 20 water-borne toilet facilities in public places. Honorable Speaker, the construction of 30,000 cubic meter per day water intake in the River Nile at Karuma. The scope of work under phase 2 includes the following: number 1, the construction of a water treatment plant of capacity 10,000 cubic meter per day at Karuma, the construction of 5,000 cubic meter capacity reservoir at Customs Corner in Gulu City, installation of reservoirs in the 6 small towns along Gulu Highway, namely Karuma, Kamdin, Minakuru, Bobi, Koro Abil, and Palenga. Construction of a storage facility at Peche in Chubu. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, works under phase 2 are at 43% progress, and the project is expected to be completed by July 2024. Ongoing project scope includes only towns that are en route to Gulu along the highway of Karuma, Kamdin, Minakuru, Bobi, Koro, Abil, Palenga. Apparently, Oyam North is not en route and will only benefit from other national water and sewerage corporation budgetary arrangements that are gazetted by the Ministry of Water and Environment. The third question came from Honorable Goliti Namuga, Maogola, South Sembabule. That according to the third National Development Plan, the government selected 69 key projects which it planned to fund. Among them is the creation of 4 science and technology parks, as part of the Innovation Technology Development and Transfer Program, and 40 technology and business incubators. Her prayer is, can I update the House on the progress that has been registered in line with the construction of the science and technology parks, as well as the technology and business incubators. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is my response. One, I'm pleased to inform the House that the government has made significant progress regarding the establishment of science and technology parks and technology and business incubators. Below are the updates. 1. Engineering Park in Rwebitete. This park is the most advanced, and we anticipate its opening in May this year. Number 2, Mobility Park in Kayunga. Land acquisition has been completed, and a master plan has been developed, and the plans are underway to install utilities and attract investors to the park. Number 3, Biosciences Park in Nakasongola. Land has been acquired, and the master plan is finalized. Construction has been contracted to NEC and will commence shortly. Number 4, Agro-Science Park in Soroti. The master plan is currently under development and is expected to be completed by June 2024. Once finalized, we will seek funding for the construction. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, in addition to the Uganda Industrial Research Institute, URI, Uganda has completed the Construction Technology Innovation Business Incubation Center at Namave, which is complete and will be opened soon. Additional technology and business incubators are planned to be affiliated with each of the science parks to enable support for ventures and innovators. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, government remains committed to the development of these projects and will provide further updates as they progress. Number 4. This question came from Joy Wako, National Female Representative for Elder Persons. That the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development publicized the national guidelines on healthy aging, which were launched during the celebrations of the International Day of Elder Persons on 1st October 2023 in Chegegwa District. The guidelines are to be used by all persons, especially the elder persons, to manage their lives so as to attain optimum health and functioning and productivity. Under topic 1 of the guidelines on nutrition and toileting, it is observed that food, water and fruit consumption due to the fear of frequenting the toilet, which sometimes are not user-friendly. This has negative consequences on health aging, such as and her prayer is, which measures has the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development put in place to avail user-friendly toilet facilities for elder persons, especially in public places? Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, as a ministry in charge of disability affairs, is represented on the National Building Review Board, whose functions include overseeing public buildings to cater for such matters of safety, health, and inclusion. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the Ministry through Occupational Safety and Health Department is mandated to ensure workplace safety. This is done through undertaking occupational safety and health plan approval of public buildings and occupational safety and health inspections of all workplaces, including public buildings. Availability of facilities for people with disabilities and the elder persons are key components and part of the parameters or checklists that are used. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, question number 5 came from Honorable Kirabo Agnes, Youth Representative Central Region. And that Mulago National Referral Hospital has started kidney transplant. However, free services have been given to a few people, and the rest of the patients have to pay over 46 million Uganda shillings, which is too expensive for an ordinary Ugandan. And her prayer is, what is government's plan to ensure this service is available for all? Honorable Speaker, my response is that in December 2023, Mulago National Referral Hospital conducted Uganda's first kidney transplant successfully by a team of medical experts from Uganda with counterparts from Yashoda Hospital in India. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, government has allowed at least 5 patients with end-stage renal failure who are on dialysis to have kidney transplants at Mulago National Referral Hospital free of charge before the fee for the life-saving procedure is determined for all patients to start paying. The costing of this procedure can then be deduced more accurately rather than estimating from a single or maiden renal transplant. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Uganda shillings 46 million for a kidney transplant is a media-generated figure and not a government position. Government has not yet set the cost of our plan, and our plan through Mulago team is to determine the price after more transplants have been made to get the right picture of the cost implication. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the cost of running specialized services is extremely expensive, and such services have been costing Ugandans over $18,000 on average, excluding costs of ticket and maintenance abroad. This cost does not include post-operative follow-up treatment, which is also very expensive, especially in the first months. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, all investigations to prepare the patient for transplant were done in Uganda, except for human leukocyte antigens typing, where samples were sent to South Africa through Lancet laboratories. This was more cost effective to do for now until we scale up organ transplant services. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the success story of Mulago Hospital is in correcting this health condition will save Ugandans from traveling to India and other developed countries for kidney transplant. Government of Uganda is committed to saving lives of Ugandans through such innovations and lessons learned from Mulago. Therefore, After thorough assessment of all what entails the entire process of kidney transplant and full recovery of a patient, a reasonable figure shall be derived and Ugandans shall be informed accordingly. Honorable Bwanika Abed, Doctor, Member of Parliament, Chimanya, Kabonero Division, Masaka City. Okay, that one. It says that on 28th April 2020, the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda approved 15 new cities and 10 became operational on 1st July 2020, including Jinja, Arua, Gulu, Lira, Soroti, Hoima, Fort Portal, Mbarara, Masaka, and Mbale. That Section 188 of the Local Government Act instructs that at the creation of a new local government unit, the minister shall ensure the equitable sharing of property between the original and new governments. It's now 3 years since the operationalization of the 10 cities without clear guidance on asset sharing. The Ministry of Local Government continues to handle ad hoc by engaging case by case, which has caused a lot of confusion and not desirable. This has negatively affected service delivery in the affected local governments. Some districts' leadership continue to insist on compensation out of the transfer of assets despite that these are public properties held in trust. His prayers that when his local government ministry, including when the Ministry of Local Government concluding on the guidelines for asset sharing and laying the same on the table in the Parliament of Uganda, and that how much provision has government provided to support establishment of new headquarters for districts that were affected by the creation of new cities. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, my response is that funding to finance the settlement of 10 districts of Masaka, Mbale, Hoima, Arua, Kuru, Lira, Mbale, Soroti, and Jinja that gave birth to cities was requested for by the Ministry of Local Government during the budgeting period for the current financial year, that is 2023-2024. However, funds were not allocated and this remained an unfunded priority. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the matter has been presented to the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development for consideration in the next financial year, that is 2024-2025 budget call circular. Prayer number 3, when the sub-counties that host new district headquarters, when, according to him, this is another question, when the sub-counties that host the new district headquarters going to be gazetted as town councils as part of the Local Government Act? Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the Ministry of Local Government has compiled the necessary data from the 8 district local governments which have already determined their new locations. We are still waiting for submission from 2 district local governments. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, town councils will be gazetted once the Ministry of Local Government has received all the information from the 2 remaining local governments. His prayer number 4, that since there are lacunas in the Local Government Act about the governance of new cities, when is government coming up with a bill on governance of new cities? My response, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, is that the proposed amendment bill for Local Government Act Cap 243 has been prepared and will soon be submitted to Cabinet for consideration and approval, and then be brought here for approval. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable colleagues, you know Rule 41 under PM time, no clarification, no supplementary question is going back here, and yeah, so unfortunately these are your rules, and that's what you gave me to ensure that it's implemented. No, under here we don't have procedure under Prime Minister's time. Yeah, let's use it effectively. Okay, so now we are getting oral questions. Okay, I'll start with Honorable Mamawi. I add on Honorable. I pick Kidiandongo. I pick Rakai. I pick Tororo. That is Honorable Tara. I pick Yust, Kabare, Nanyondo, Pan-African Parliament. Honorable colleagues, you know this time we have enough time. Okay? Just what you do, ensure that you shoot, you don't go through a lot of, so that we can accommodate all of you. Okay? Prime Minister usually gives us enough time. We shall do at 5 p.m. Prime Minister's time closes. Then we continue another 1 hour of matters of national importance, so that we can accommodate all of you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we thought to raise this matter as a matter of national importance. Mr. Speaker, the road from Ajuman to Obongi is cut off by flooding of Zoka stream. And now where this road is, we have a stream called Zoka joining River Nile. We wonder why engineers from Ministry of Work allows to make this road along this area. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to know from the government, what can they do to help the people of Adjumani on Obongi to see that this road does not disturb our people in every year? Right Honourable Speaker, if there are opportunities, we ask government that either this road be diverted, or we have seen many opportunities where roads are constructed in swampy areas, especially in eastern Uganda. We have swamps which are over 500 meters away, but the road can pass without disturbance. Why can't they do the same for this specific road?
Is it a UNRA road?
It is a UNRA road joining Adjumani and Obongi district, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honourable Prime
Thank
Minister.
you.
This question had been registered also by Honorable Babiku Jessica, Honorable Maneno Zumra, and Honorable Boka Didi, on top of Honorable Mamawi. So one of you has presented it.
Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I will get the Ministry of Works through UNRA, and I will cause a meeting between the those entities together with the members of parliament, and we'll come up with a solution.
Thank you. Right Honorable, it seems to be a persistent issue every year, like how you see Katonga. Indeed, when you come in support, you'll have saved the community. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Yes, Kidiandongo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and members, some parts of the country are currently receiving heavy rainfall in unusual months of February. We have not received an official report from the Meteorological Department guiding our farmers on what to do with the rainfalls. Right Honorable Prime Minister, can you guide our farmers on what to do with the rainfall, and also inform us of any likely effects of such early rainfalls? Thank you.
Thank you. Before we deploy rainmakers, Right Honorable Prime Minister intervene.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, we already have a report, and the country is already aware. The report came up in January, but I think we need to do more in using the media. But the report came out. And I want to urge Ugandans to start planting now. Yes, they should start planting. It's going to rain, yes. It's going to rain until May.
Thank you.
They should plant.
You have been assured of rain by the Prime Minister, at least until May. So if you doubt, okay? Rakai.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My question to the Right Honorable Prime Minister is about two projects in Rakai that were supposed to be in Rakai. That is the piped water project and the tarmac from Ntusi to Rakai to Isinjiro. The reason as why I'm asking these questions is because the water projects took off in the promised or the designed areas of Riantonde, Chirhura, leaving out Rakai. Yet Rakai were the host of the lake that is the water source for that piped water. And also the tarmac project is now in Isinjiro. They skipped Rakai. We do not know why Rakai is left behind all the time, and we have been faithful to this government. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, the road from Isinjiro, Rakai up to Ntusi is currently is being designed. It is designed from Isinjiro, Rakai up to Ntusi. Ntusi is yes, Sembabule. And so I want to allay the fears of my sister that the project will cover every part.
Thank you. The piped water.
The water I've taken note. I don't know whether I have any minister here from the Ministry of Water. I saw her.
No, Right Honourable Prime Minister, when we were passing the loan to do water for Isinjiro, we passed two loans that were covering water Isinjiro, Sembabure, Rakai, all those areas. Maybe the implementation they need for up.
Right Honourable Speaker, I will cross-check with the ministry concerned and report.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Tororo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the question that I would like to raise to the Right Honourable Prime Minister is in respect to the construction of Pongolojo Bridge. That is a presidential pledge and has now delayed for well over 15 years. Across River Malaba, downstream of River Malaba, when our people try to cross that river, they are quite often mauled by crocodiles. Every year we lose about 2 people. There did assure us that this bridge would be constructed, and he directed the Minister of Works to find about 3 billion shillings. Now, and so it is now hampering trade between Tororo and Bujiri. They cannot cross the river. So the question I'm asking the Prime Minister is, when is this presidential pledge going to be actualized?
Right Honourable
Secondly,
Prime
Right
Minister,
Honourable Speaker.
Colleagues, this one question. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you.
Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I've taken note of the members concerned. I would definitely engage the Ministry of Works and Transport, especially the Directorate of Bridges, to make sure that one, the bridge is constructed, and two, we shall also engage WUA to take these crocodiles where they belong, so that they don't harm our people.
Thank you. Now, I will continue urging Honourable Ministers, thanking the ones who are here, but also urging the ones who are not here to always come and support the Prime Minister on Thursday. Because it makes it very easy to have, when a minister is around, because the Prime Minister will not know each and everything spot on. You know? Yes. Nanyondo. Sorry, Nduwarana. Sorry, Doctor. Sorry.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a question to the Prime Minister concerning the infectious hemorrhagic disease which is finishing children in my constituency. It is in Chitanda sub-county. So far, 7 children have passed on and 10 are admitted. When it is between the age of 8 to 15 years, and when it affects a child, starts bleeding from any body part, including sweating blood. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we have been asking the Minister of Health to intervene, but the reports we are getting is like they are saying it's just the common malaria, and which I don't believe. So my question is, how are you going to intervene? Because it's very infectious, and according to the history I took from the residents, it looks to be a viral hemorrhagic fever, which is of any kind of infectious disease. I beg to submit.
That's from a doctor. Right Honorable Prime Minister. And former Minister for Health.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I'm aware that close to 7 children have died in Bukoma Nsimbi. And the disease is malaria. And our children present themselves with high fever. They sometimes urinate blood. It's like a blood substance. And so that is called black water. The teams of the Ministry of Health are already on ground. And because we had the meeting members, and I believe they are sensitizing the communities to avoid exposing themselves to mosquitoes. And 2, we are also going to provide bed nets for your people so that we can protect our people from mosquito bites. That's all I can give. The teams from the Ministry of Health are already in Bukoma Nsimbi.
Thank you, Dr. Kamara. Just before Dr. Kamara, one of your numbers here was telling me that during their work.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg for your indulgence. During our field trip as the Committee of Government Assurance last year, we went to Eastern Uganda, and that disease has spread so wide to the extent that the doctor handling that particular sector of children told us that families have lost on average, up to 7 children per family, Mr. Speaker.
Which parts of Eastern Uganda?
Mr. Speaker, we went areas. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important matter. Black water fever. Research had been made, and families, each family had lost a person, a child over this thing. I think, Mr. Speaker, what I want to request is that the Ministry of Health takes up this matter as a very urgent issue and brings a report, because it now seems that this disease is spreading from Eastern Uganda to other parts of the country, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now,
That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, during the month of August, July, August, up to September last year, the same strange disease was reported by Honorable Namuyangu and Honorable Boso Boss to Cabinet. A task force was formed, and it was discovered that this was the malaria that is in Lukomansindi. In Budaka and Chibuku, district councils had refused to spray the homes. Yes, and we had to come in as government and did the enforcement. Mosquito nets were distributed, and I think that task force was headed by Dr. Chove, the incident commander in the Ministry of Health. The minister herself and the ministry permanent secretary, Honorable Diana Atwine, they all camped there. And the issue was malaria. The issue was malaria. The children no longer die as I speak now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, Right Honourable Prime Minister, Parliament is your platform on which you can always update the nation. I think when such happens, it's always important to utilize the platform of Parliament. A statement is brought here, and we sensitize the nation, the leaders, through Parliament, instead of it coming just as a question from a member. So we shall beg for your indulgence that next time it happens, please. And it will be maybe, I don't know if now you even consider it important, that you bring a statement, the Minister for Health brings a statement, and the nation gets informed, especially on preventive measures for such a disease. Thank you. Dr. Kamara.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My question to the Prime Minister is about the erratic electricity supply in Kabale. You would be very lucky to be in Kabale or Kabale town, which I represent, and you have electricity supply for a whole day. Many people have talked about erratic electricity supply. One of the culprits being Arua, West Nile region. Last week, to make matters worse, in a suburb called Bugonji, where the Prime Minister is born, there was an upsurge of electricity, and it blew many electrical appliances, including TVs, fridges, radios of people, and they have not been compensated. This is just a rejoinder, the point I'm trying to make is that the erratic electricity is in the whole country. It is not only in Kabale and West Nile. And when we go to countries that surround us, I've been lucky to be in 3 countries so far, we find that electricity is steady, it is cheaper, and it really goes off. So therefore, my question to the Prime Minister is, do you know that the surrounding countries have better electricity supply than us and it is more stable? If you know this, what is your plan as government? And when do you think we are going to have stable electricity as a country? Thank you so much.
Now, honorable colleagues, this is an issue which has been answered 2 times here. And Honorable Kamara, you've been told here by the Minister for Energy that come September, the substation that is, the station that is being put in Kabari will stabilize the electricity for the whole of Chigezi. 2 times has been, because I'm trying to avoid questions which keep coming, taking up time, okay? The Minister has assured us here properly that come this September, and you know the line is being built. I was in Kabare. No, I was in Kabare, okay? I visited that area. Sorry, I don't want to disturb the Prime Minister with that, because we just received it 2 times ago. Yes. And Mukono, then youth. I know that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is about the water ambulance that was given to us, Mukono, to traverse Pome Islands. But to my dismay, this ambulance, since we launched the ambulance, it is parked at Luzira Port Bell. Whenever we request for the ambulance, they tell us it has no fuel. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I request for your indulgence. At least let it be parked at Katosi landing site, such that we can put fuel and our fishermen can access this ambulance. Thank you so much.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is pure administrative. I am going to pick up the matter. I request that we team up, you and me, and you know a number of issues we have solved between me and you. And then we see lack of fuel. The ministry is supposed to provide the fuel. The same way it is providing fuel of 1 million per the ambulances that we have been given. So it's just pure administrative. We shall handle.
Thank you. Youth Northern.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. On January 25th this year, UNEB released the results for PLE 2023. And the results indicated that 750,000 pupils sat these exams. However, Right Honourable Speaker, the 2023 P7 cohort were enrolled in 2017 in P1 with a total enrollment of 2 million pupils, so this indicates that through the 7-year period, 1.2 million pupils dropped out. Right Honourable Speaker, in this era of policies on free compulsory primary education, can government account for this very high dropout and also share comprehensive plans to mitigate this crisis permanently?
Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the policy on free education is a good policy, which started in 1996. Honourable Speaker, even recently you had the President on Tarai Sita urging leaders and school administrators to stop charging fees in government-aided schools. But the school administrations continue to charge exorbitant fees, making it very difficult for children from poor families to access education. The Ministry of Education and Sports came up with a number of solutions. One of them is an audit which has been done, because the major reason why the school administration continue to charge our poor families is because they don't have enough teachers. 2, that because they are doing exams. And 3, the Minister of Education is here. I think he can add. But the fact is, Parliament of Uganda should come up, you members of Parliament and us, government, should come up and put our feet down and say no to these charges. The other option government is putting in place is to increase, if need be, the capitation grant in the near future, so that the money is enough for them to run these schools. So, Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, first of all, I want to begin my commending, and I want to ask the House to commend the Right Honourable Prime Minister in the manner to which she's answering these questions. I think she deserves a clap. Secondly, I want to thank Honorable Court, for asking such a very beautiful question. I have the following to answer. Number one, it is true under the Ministry of Education and Sports, we have carried out an audit and realized that the number of our children who begin the education from primary 1, by the time they reach primary 7, the number keeps on what? Reducing. No wonder if you look at those who sit primary 7 vis-a-vis those who begin from primary 1, there's a big gap. Where are the issues? You and me have the responsibility to address the problem because we all represent various constituencies. As government and as the Ministry of Education and Sports, we have identified some of the critical areas which in our considered opinion, we are coming here to ask for your support specifically to begin to increase the budget line for the Ministry of Education and Sports in the following areas. Number one, like the Prime Minister has clearly stated here, we have a challenge where school management committees, parent teachers association are beginning to increase, to charge PTAs, to charge illegal fees in their considered opinion to cater for the following items. Number one, they pretend that we must have, government is not able to pay to post enough teachers.
Honorable Minister, I usually, Honorable colleagues, please, I usually have 1 minute for a response.
So,
okay?
Honorable Speaker.
Please. The whole time I'm remaining with is going to be taken up by this. And yet on Tuesday, you are bringing a statement about this same topic that is detailed. Okay? And then we debate the whole of that statement. So I would say we hold fire for that question so that a statement comes and we have an extensive debate on Tuesday on this matter. Okay? I had already picked Honorable Musana Eric.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable colleagues, all of you should be patient because most of you want to ask, you run away. So we are remaining here together. You can't leave me here alone. So don't make a sign for me to pick you quickly. I need company here.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, my question goes to the Prime Minister, and more specifically, today morning, about 12 women from my constituency had staged a demonstration at the Ministry of Finance. Why? Because they supplied coffee seedlings to this government. And this government had promised to pay them. And Right Honorable Speaker, you have been the champion of this. You have helped these women coordinate with Parliament, and Parliament had pronounced itself on this matter. Right Honorable Prime Minister, what is there for these women? They got loans in government to operate these nursery beds, and now banks are on their heads. They want to take their children to school. Loans are increasing there and then, so they're asking themselves, what is government doing to make sure they are paid? Because they supplied.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, you will recall that last year we all agreed in this house that we have nursery operators across the country who have seedlings, and yet there was a policy shift. Remember when we came up with PDM, government stopped buying seedlings under Uganda Coffee Development Authority. So we all agreed that we give them a chance. But the government will pay in a phased manner because we had not budgeted for this. And so we agreed that in 2023, 2024, we shall pay a few. 2025, 2026, we shall pay another cohort. And so I think those follow under that cohort. We shall pay. Government tenyaga.
Right Honorable, make it easy for us to capture the record of Parliament using the official language.
Honorable Speaker, what I meant is that the NRM government is a trusted government. It will definitely pay.
Okay.
They should be stapled.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, please. Now we have to close Prime Minister's time. Listen, the rules say it shall not exceed 1 hour. Okay? And yet we have a component for the leader of opposition to either respond or reply, or comment or reply. Then, after that, we resume our matters of national importance. But when we have officially complied with the rules, and the Prime Minister is still with us, it's just a matter of complying with the rules. Leader of opposition.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It's just one of those times that I get to agree with colleagues on the other end. I want to agree with the Honorable Peter Ogwang that the Prime Minister's response is becoming impressive. However, I want to encourage her that now we move away from the good responses to action. Yeah, action. It's one thing to have a good response for a member's concern, but let there be action, because that's what the members are interested in. 3 quick comments, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue of the Uganda police helicopter. I am bothered that we can purchase such equipment at $7.48 million US. And along the way, to quote the Prime Minister's response, it has got operational limitations, which include designs that limit it to only paved tarmac runways, as well as high maintenance, operational costs, and so on. How come we did not see this coming? Because we are saying we acquired this for force transportation, search and rescue, sometimes medical and casualty evacuation, meaning it was not going to only operate in areas that are tarmacked and all of that. Let's stop shooting first and aiming later, so that we get equipment that is fit for purpose. Because now we are stuck with this equipment that is very expensive, and the Prime Minister is telling us they're trying to see if it can be leased to the national carrier, which has its own challenges and so on. We seem to be stuck with it. Let's first aim and then shoot. Just as an example, Right Honorable Speaker, when I was still chairing COSASE, we presented a report here which was unanimously adopted by the House. Uganda Railways Corporation acquired locomotives at 48 billion shillings. Mark you, the recommended locomotives were at 36 billion, and they were fairly newer. They bought older locomotives much more expensively. And when they brought them here, they had to now begin to make changes to the railway. So they were not even fit for purpose. Luckily, as a result of our report, the MD was fired, the entire board was fired. I am hoping there is sanity in that area, I don't know. But point is, we waste taxpayers' money when we don't plan appropriately. The other comment, Right Honorable Speaker, is regarding public toilet facilities. It was a concern that the older persons cannot access them. Right Honorable Speaker, I think we need to make sure there are accessible public toilet facilities for older persons, for persons with disabilities, and for the general public. Because you see, even some that are existent, ordinary folks that are not as vulnerable as older persons and others still cannot access them. They are problematic. So we, in my view, need to address this comprehensively so that the older folks can access, PWDs can access, and the able-bodied, as it were. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, The kidney transplants that are happening at Mulago are a welcome move. That's where we should be headed to. Can I suggest then, this money that we seem to be blowing on Lubowa Hospital, billions every year, why don't we inject this money into Mulago Hospital, which we can now see it is happening? Because the concern is, while it's happening, it's very costly, costing about 46 million. You say that's something that has been come up by folks out there, but point is, it's very costly. When we now inject this money there, it will be a lot more accessible to ordinary people, because we said, let's have Lubowa Hospital so that we limit, as we call it, medical tourism. And you have quoted the right figures, Right Honorable Prime Minister. $18,000 on average per person going abroad, excluding the air tickets, maintenance, and so on. So when you add that, it becomes a lot more. And yet Lubowa Hospital, it's we don't know what's happening, why things are not moving. Members of Parliament try to access that place, and they are barred from accessing, perhaps because there's nothing happening there. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, maybe that's where we should be injecting money. Move it from Lubowa Hospital, that does not seem to be moving, inject it in Mulago Hospital so that our people can access these services. Thank you.
Thank you. Matters of national importance, Honorable Chinovere, Honorable Komor, Honorable Namboze, Honorable Dr. Yume.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue that I want to put forward, on the 3rd of January, there was a terrible disaster in Chibuku constituency, Nankodo sub-county, and Buganza village. I happened to notify the Prime Minister about that issue. The Prime Minister assured me that this people would be helped. These people have been staying at a primary school called the Kapiani Primary School. If I talk about Kapiani Primary School, one time when you came, you landed at that school. Now that the children have reported back at school, these families, there are 55 families who were displaced. They are back. Most of them are staying under the trees. Actually, I managed to accommodate those I could accommodate. The rest are staying under the trees and other to the neighborhood.
Prayer.
My prayer is for Right Honorable Prime Minister to respond, to urgently respond, or the ministry respond to the letter or the request which came from the District Disaster Committee, because there was an emergency. The District Disaster sat and the letter was sent to the to Prime Minister's office. To date, we have not gotten a response from January. People are suffering, no food, they are sleeping like animals.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. The Prime Minister would want to know exactly what happened exactly.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, what happened that there was a heavy rain. Most people lost their houses, and these days people keep food in the houses. Not unlike those days where we used to keep food in the greenery, where in case the house has an issue, you have where to run from. They lost food, they lost their house property. There's nothing that they have. That's where I come from, and I request the Prime Minister that please let us give attention to people of Chibuku. These families have suffered now 1 month and 5 days.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister, and luckily enough, there is a District Disaster Committee report, according to the member, which you can refer to.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we are going to dispatch a team from the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness to go and verify the extent of damage, and then government will act accordingly.
Thank you. Honorable Komo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on the matter of national importance regarding the continued shortage and delayed supply of drugs in Kabong District Hospital and other health facilities in the district. Right Honorable Speaker, from November 2023 to date, the National Medical Stores has not delivered essential medicines and health supplies to Kabong District and health facilities. being the main reason for shortage of drugs. Right, Honorable Speaker, even when they deliver the drugs, NMS delivers less supplies against the else facility orders. NMS also delivers what is not required. Instead, Right Honorable Speaker, they deliver condoms in quantities, gloves and syringes against the order of the else facilities. Another reason, Right Honorable Speaker, for shortage of drugs.
But Honorable, you can't give reasons for shortage of blood, or for shortage of medicine and all that. Just ask so that the Prime
Okay.
Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the situation, the people are suffering. There is no Panadol, there are no antimalarials, and so this has even resulted to death of some people. My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the two circles of the drug supplies that have not been given from November to February now need to urgently be supplied because there is no medicine in any else facility.
Thank you.
Secondly, NMS should streamline the supply and distribution of the drugs. Instead of sticking to the order of the health facility, instead they bring something which is not supposed to be for the health center. Then I think the Minister of Health needs to streamline strategies so that this kind of delays should not continue. Thank you very much.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the policy under the Ministry of Health to supply drugs is known. We are supposed to supply them depending of our lines. There are 4. Each quarter we supply. Even after 2 months, that's the way it's supposed to be. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we agreed when I was still in the Ministry of Health that once supplies are given to facilities, members of parliament should be given information on their phones. And the purpose of that is for you to monitor and help government to streamline where there are issues. And so, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, for Bonji, we shall cause a meeting with NMS and find out the reason why the supplies. Kabong.
Yeah,
Yes.
Dodos, North, Kabong.
Yes,
Yeah.
we shall find out. And I will get in touch with the member.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Yume.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as the country prepares for the Pamoja AFCON bid, I'm aware that the stadia have already been selected and we're in the process of budgeting for them. However, Right Honorable Speaker, there is a private investor in West Nile, Arua City, who is developing a stadium. He took out a lease from the city authorities, and it's a 20,000-seater capacity stadium, probably at 40%. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayers are if government could reach out to this private developer, as is the norm when we are hosting international events, to see if they can infuse him with some support.
Thank you.
And see if this stadium can be finished through maybe buying shares, equity, and so forth.
Thank you.
Because we are 400 kilometers from where the action will take place, I think that will be a legacy for us to enjoy the football from the stadium virtually. Thank you
Minister
very
for
much.
Sports.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you are the one who led the team to Cairo for purposes of us to get the hosting rights of AFCON 2027. I want to thank my colleague Honorable Yume. I'll be interested in finding out the contacts of the private investor and we see how we could be able to begin to look at the cooperation between the government, because what we need is to encourage many to invest in sports infrastructure. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bet Numbers.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Through documents from the Ministry of Internal Affairs given to this Parliament, the Uganda Police Force has a plan of recruiting and training 2,500 personnel this year. Right Honorable Speaker, according to the government framework, budget framework paper, 21 billion shillings had been planned to facilitate for wages of such of the planned recruited policemen. However, 12.3 billion was provided, leaving a shortfall of 8.6 billion. However, Mr. Speaker, I've seen advertisements by Uganda Police in the newspapers announcing for 5,000 vacancies, 500 of them being vacancies for assistant inspectors of police and 4,500 for police constables. The inconsistency, Right Honorable Speaker, between the two figures is so big and enough to cause a matter of great national importance. For example, Mr. Speaker, according to the budget provisions, we are not even able to facilitate the recruitment of 2,500 policemen. However, now the police force is announcing for 4,500 constables plus 500 ASPs. My questions are, where does the police expect to get money to pay these officers when even the budget provisions are not enough to pay for 2,500 as planned? 2, why would police advertise for more vacancies than those it disclosed to this House? 3, Right Honorable Speaker, we already having a problem with housing for the policemen and poor pay. Wouldn't it be prudent, therefore, first of all, to consolidate and be able to house and facilitate the policemen we have, other than announce?
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister, or Honorable any minister can support the Prime Minister.
Defense was trying to defend me. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the matter the member is raising is an important matter. I want to request my sister, Honorable Namboze. These days she has a lot of love for police. Every week she's asking.
Shadow Minister for Internal Affairs.
Oh. Okay, I request that she puts that matter in writing, such that I can come with a comprehensive answer next week.
Thank you. Right Honorable, your team can capture it. Okay, let your team capture it, frame it very well, and yeah. But Honorable Numbers, you're right. Okay, so that it's. I'm told you have a good handwriting. Yes. Please. Please, honorable colleagues, when I'm in this period, I don't need, I know I'm proceeding well. So, yeah, in such, when I'm in this period, I know I'm proceeding very well. Honorable Kamuntu Moses, Honorable Ndiwarana Christine, Honorable Kumu Gabriel, Yeah, honorable colleagues, these people came and registered these issues. I don't want any of them to blame me that you never called me. Okay? Honorable Ngopek Linus. Honorable Sendaura Christine Bukenya.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I received a petition from the primary societies which constitute Wamara Grovers Cooperative Union, and they had written to the Cooperative Commissioner of Cooperatives requesting him to intervene in their issues, which are already written in this petition. But since last year, up to now, they've never been helped. And to my dismay, these people, the issues they are raising are the same issues they are bringing up now. There is misuse of, mismanagement of finances in the union and general administration. So my prayers are, the minister concerned comes up and helps these people so that they are helped. It's as if they've been neglected. Those are my prayers, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. The members requested to be allowed to have a general meeting. They were not allowed. Now, a special meeting, they were not allowed. Now, the executive which they are choose has been allowed by the minister to have a general meeting, you know. So, what the member wants is saying, listen to the voices of the people, because even in the parliamentary committee report, it was faulting the leadership in as far as utilization of the funds of the cooperative society was concerned.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Committee of Trade last year moved across the country and found out that it is true there was some mismanagement of the cooperators' funds. I believe a report was brought here, and the recommendations of this House are very clear. We shall implement the recommendations of the parliamentary report. And two, I request that the Honorable Speaker, you allow me to prevail over the Ministry of Trade to at least come here with a comprehensive report on the action that taken, maybe in 1 or 2 weeks.
Right Honorable, maybe another thing, you're saying this meeting is happening on 5th. So what you could do, the Minister for Cooperatives, okay? You need to talk to the Minister for Cooperatives to intervene in this matter and see a way of helping this community. That will be very important. Thank you, Honorable Rusakero. Honorable Kwizera Eddie, Honorable Atima Jackson, and then Honorable Saru Pendi.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want to raise an issue of national importance that deals with the pay structure in government. Here in government, we are supposed to follow the pay system that looks at the hierarchy, protocol, and the cost of error. We consider, when we are deciding pay, there are scientific measures we follow: cost of error, hierarchy, and protocol. But when you go to our districts, you find that the chief administrative officer is paid a net of 1.8 million shillings, and the engineer, who is a junior staff, is paid 6 million, which is bringing some conflict. Secondly, you find the chairperson of LC5, who has campaigned the whole of the district, is also paid 2 million shillings, less than the people they supervise. When you go to some secondary schools, the secondary schools, the head teacher or the head of the school is paid less than the teacher, the class teacher. This one has brought a lot of conflict and it has affected delivery of service. It would be unfortunate for a government not to listen to the reality that those people should be paid, because if any error happens by the cow, it means corruption will be escalated. In the same vein, since the president increased the salaries of the permanent secretaries to 15.4 million shillings in a way of addressing the corruption in public service, my prayer is that can't government look into the pay system of the LC5s and the chief administrative officers and those people heading secondary schools to avoid conflicts, and
Prayers, Honorable.
The prayer is that the government should establish a system which is fair and equitable pay is paid in accordance with hierarchy and protocol. I thank
Minister
you.
for Public Service.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and my colleague, the Honorable Kwizera, for raising this point. Right Honorable and dear colleagues, indeed, a fair system that follows all those good points which my friend has raised has been established. And the pay is calculated and set according to a set of criteria, which is, we can say, scientific. And indeed, Right Honorable, that what we are following now is within the recommendation of the Public Service Sector Review Commission, and within also the principles, the pay principles, which we agreed on in a cabinet in 2018. And I think at one time we had occasion, Minister of Public Service, to come here on the floor of Parliament, even to elaborate on those pay principles. And we agreed as a way forward because of the smallness of our past and because of conflicting priorities. We would pay in phases, however, according to an agreed on system. And that's what exactly we are doing. We are paying in phases, and we have looked at certain sectors of the service and paid them, and we are continuing. And we are not going to go back to this until everybody finally has been paid according to those very good principles of protocol, of hierarchy, and so on. And definitely, money permitting, we are going to go that way, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Prime Minister, you wanted to add something?
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, you will recall in 2020, 2021, time came when the whole world was freezed. Whether you are big, whether you have the money or not, you had to be treated by scientists in the country. And so, in order to attract the best brains of the scientists in the country, we agreed so that these best brains don't go out of the country. And some of them have come back. That's how we came with a policy to start with the scientists. And after scientists, we are going in a phased way, like the minister has said. And so, Honorable Kwizera, you were a part of this. So, just explain to the cow that government is phasing out payments of servants, and so we shall definitely come to the LOC5, we shall come to the cow.
Thank you. Honorable Atima.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I rise on a matter of national importance regarding the lack of firefighting trucks or equipment in almost all the police stations in West Nile, heightened by numerous fire outbreaks within the region. Right Honorable Speaker. On sad note, Right Honorable Speaker, there was an incident that occurred yesterday, 14th February 2024, where a bus of a company, Nile Star Company, got burnt into ashes next to Pakwach police station, and this incident could not be rescued simply because the police station didn't have the firefighting equipment. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this is one of the many similar incidents that have happened across the country. My prayers, since we are in budgeting process, Right Honorable Speaker, can the Ministry of Internal Affairs plan and budget for firefighting trucks for up-country police stations, especially those on highways, so that in such an occurrence, a rescue can be handled quickly? Number two, can the Directorate of Police Fire Prevention and Rescue Services be financed to undertake its mandate of prevention of fire through inspection, investigation, and education, and media campaigns on rescue of life and property? Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, can police work together with local leaders and investors in all sectors to have fire extinguishing equipments aboard public transport, schools, markets, worship places, etc.,
Thank you.
and skill them? Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I want to thank the member for the question, because all the recommendations he's making are correct. It's a matter of budgeting. I request that together with members of parliament, especially those who sit on that committee, we need to budget accordingly so that we save life.
Thank you. Honorable Sarupendi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
This is something which the committee should follow upon, the Committee on Internal Affairs.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Electoral Commission has released the roadmap for the by-elections to replace our dear sister, the late Honorable Cecilia Ogwal. And Right Honorable Speaker, according to this roadmap, the nominations are supposed to be on 11th and 12th of March, and elections are supposed to be from 13th to 19th, which is just 7 days. This is a seat for a woman member of parliament who ideally covers the entire district. This district has more than 14 sub-counties, Right Honorable Speaker. It has over 60 parishes, over 400 something villages. Right Honorable Speaker, is it fair to expect these members of parliament these aspirants who are going to be nominated to run through the district in 7 days and really reach down to the people? Or we are just doing this as a ritual? So Right Honorable Speaker, I need...
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue raised by the honorable member has been noted. We shall communicate that to the Electoral Commission, your concern. By the executive, they are not direct Electoral Commission on how to conduct elections in this country. It's a matter of the Constitution. But we shall pass on the message.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The issue is that really it's rushed, and the member, when she came to me, I felt this was a very valid concern. Because if it is within 60 days, we can maximize on the 60 days. Mubende, Honorable Max Sochai, Honorable Saba, Honorable Feta.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. To the Right Honorable Prime Minister, this is a matter of national importance regarding a swamp that lies along a road that connects Bwekula South and Mubende Municipality. This swamp, Right Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Prime Minister is well aware of it, and at some point she even gave me engineers that went and looked at the magnitude of the work that needs to be done. The engineers affirmed that the magnitude of the work is really enormous and that it could not be easily handled by the local governments. Right Honorable Speaker, this swamp, when I visited the engineers, the technical people at Ministry of Works, they indicated that there are no funds that can help work on this bridge or this swamp at such a time when there is no money in government. That Ministry of Finance did not release funds which could help them handle such emergency and critical roads. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you're well aware of this. I think it is good for us to urge government, to urge Ministry of Finance to release funds to Ministry of Works to work on this swamp, because this is a very busy and uneconomical road that transports goods and crops from Bwekula South to Mbende Municipality, where we all know that that is where our people can get market. My prayer is that Ministry of Finance releases money to Ministry of Works to work on this road, or to send money that is commensurate to the work that really needs to be done to the district for the swamp and for the swamp to be worked on or be bridged. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, last month we sent engineers to the swamps he's talking about. And the Ministry of Works said they cannot manage to work on that swamp within the budgetary conditions they have. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I'm a member of Parliament also. And I request that you allow me speak as a member of Parliament. Allow me, I am requesting this. So that
my honorable member speak.
Yes. Members, it is a platform where all of us, colleagues, there is a bridge between Mubende and Kakumiro at a place called Chihimbira. That swamp is called, the river is called Nyamuhugusa. On 4th November, that swamp was swept away with all the caravans. And one person died on the same. And a number of motorcycles were washed away. And the motorcycles belonged to Mubende. Myself, together with other colleague members of Parliament, reported this matter to my office now as Prime Minister. Colleagues, engineers were sent on site, and they came up with specifications and a big budget of 11 billion to work on the bridge. Now, they did not have even any money to work on that bridge. That bridge is where the president passed when he was going for the trek. Some of you accompanied the president during the trekking period between Butorogo and Kakumiro to Birembo. And so I caused a meeting between the Ministry of Works in my office together with colleague members of Parliament.
Now as Prime Minister.
Now that time I was Prime Minister. Colleagues, I want to give you this story so that you can agree with me on how to move. We did not have the 11 billion as government, So we said we can use the PPP approach. What does the Ministry of Works have? They told us they can give us with the technical people, the engineers. In fact, even as of now, Engineer Dong is on site. They gave us an excavator, which we filled as members of parliament. I remember, Honorable, you brought your 5 million, this one of Mubende, and Honorable Pasco contributed 50 no. The culverts were provided by the Ministry of Works. Iron bars, 16 millimeters. And the Honorable Aisha also contributed 50 iron bars. Aisha Black. Aisha Black, I believe she might be here. And honorable colleagues, I also did my part. Colleagues, the total cost of the bridge, the community also contributed hardcore stones to a tune of 180 trucks. The districts contributed trucks. Mubende brought 2 trucks and Kakumiro brought 2 trucks. And as I speak now, the bridge has costed us an average of 400 million. And it is done. It is done. And we have casted concrete. So what I'm communicating is that sometimes our engineers exaggerate. No, let me speak, members. I told you I'm speaking as a member of
Please,
parliament.
colleagues, my honorable MP needs to be protected.
No, I wanted this. Colleagues, I wanted to talk like this so that we can know and see how to save government. Now, yes, the engineers wanted to work on that bridge at a cost of 11 billion. When you count the amount of support the community has brought in, the amount of support the members of parliament have come up with, the amount of support the Ministry of Works has come up with, and the amount of support the districts have come up with, vis-a-vis the amount of support we as members of parliament have contributed, it all totals to 400 million. And so, government has saved, we have saved the government 10.6 billion. So, the committee of infrastructure can go on site and see the scope of work we have done with that little money. And so, members, as the Prime Minister of this country, I want to take action. One, to see how best we can regulate these officers who exorbitantly charge. Information this time around, I allow.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform the Honorable MP for Kakumiro, who also happens to be our good Prime Minister, that indeed there is a lot of connivance, even at local government level, between the contractors and our civil servants. Mr. Speaker, in Mukono, we had a bridge at Reza village that the municipal engineer costed at 650 million shillings for reconstruction. But because the money was not readily available, we locally organized to fundraise and do that work through the Buganda system of Bulungi Bwansi. And the same work costed us 68 million shillings. Mr. Speaker, the money we send, although little, would have earned us bigger works than what we finally get, Mr. Speaker. Recently in my municipality, they constructed 1 kilometer, less than a kilometer of tarmac at 625 million shillings. Early this week, the municipal engineer and the town clerk approved a contract of 700 million shillings from the money that was sent from the 1 billion maintenance fund just to maintain the 1 kilometer, for maintenance of that 1 kilometer that had been constructed using 625 million shillings, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand here to inform my honorable colleague and also to support her that the country is being taken for a ride by these engineers through the contract committees, that they overprice work and most probably share this money between our workers and the contractors.
Thank you. Now, Right Honourable Prime Minister, maybe what I would advise, what I would suggest is that you can only do this through guidelines. So once you've developed these guidelines and issued them to the different MDAs, come share with us here, so that we can also get real information and the country knows, because our members are members of district road committees. Okay, so they will use these guidelines to go and ensure that the right thing is being done. Okay, thank you. Motion?
Mr. Speaker,
Jonathan Odo.
I would like to move a motion without notice. The information that the Prime Minister has given to this House is a very serious matter, to the extent that for so many years, this administration has been presiding over technocrats and civil servants within the Ministry of Works and other ministries that have been inflating and exaggerating costs appropriated by this Parliament. The Prime Minister said that on record. Under Article 163, Sub-Article 7, Clause 7, the President may be advised by Cabinet to cause a special audit on funds appropriated by this Parliament for the various projects, and these monies can be recovered. I now beg to move a motion that the President be advised by Cabinet to cause a special audit of the road projects, being bridges, roads, for the last at least 5 years, including the 1 billion that we have recently sent, so that we save the country. Money and resources are available to do work. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable colleagues, so Parliament advises Cabinet to advise the President. I would, my thinking is, Honorable Jonathan, my thinking is that since this has been revealed by the Prime Minister, and she's working on it, okay? And she's working on it, and you could see the passion with which she has spoken about this issue. And I mean, it's cutting across. We give her time, okay? We give her time. Instead, we promise that we are going to support her when she comes with this, okay? Yes, we support her, and we assure her that we shall support you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, on any measures you're going to put in place to reduce on the cost of government projects, especially with the perceived corruption that comes with them. I think we give her time. No, I would say we give the Prime Minister time. You see, honorable colleagues, this is time for members' issues. I have members who are lining up. They have their urgent matters. If you could allow, we give them a chance. Okay? Yeah. Okay? I had allowed Honorable Asaba, Honorable Max, and then Honorable Feta.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the government for having considered the road from Kazo, Bulemba, Kabagore up to Chegegwa that is soon to be upgraded from gravel to paved standard. Right Honorable Speaker, this road according to the work plan is going to stop in Chegegwa, and when the president was campaigning, he was in Chaka North constituency and assured the people of Chegegwa and Chaka North specifically that the road would go up to Apuyo. Now this road, when it stops in Chegegwa, they will have considered only two constituencies, Chaka South and Chaka Central, when they are only 6 kilometers from Chegegwa to where the president stood while promising this road, and people will say Chaka North, our honorable is not representing us because the road is just stopping near just 5 kilometers to reach where the president stood in my constituency. My prayer is that the 5 kilometers or 6 kilometers can also be included so that Chaka North is considered, so that people from my constituency shouldn't think that I'm abandoning them and I'm not saying anything. Because the government to go back and government to go back and work on the 6 kilometers, it will take other years, and for sure these coming elections I will face it rough. So, Right Honorable Speaker, that's my issue. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, you've pleaded your case.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as you are aware, the NRM government is a listening government. We shall, together with the concerned MDAs, that is UNRA, Ministry of Works, and the member, together with the local government, meet and agree on how to include those areas that are left. After all, they are a few kilometers.
Thank you, Honorable Max Ochai.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. In Uganda, Mr. Speaker, all municipalities, save for Toro municipality, have been upgraded to a city status.
Can we listen to Max? If you could repeat that.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I want to say this very, very slowly. In Uganda today, all old municipalities, save for Toro, have been upgraded to city. Cities are associated with the industrialization that bring in jobs, that enhance income. Cities associated with enhanced trade. Cities associated with the urbanization, thank you very much. And also, cities tend to enhance fiscal transfers from the center. Tororo municipality is situated in Bukedi sub-region, a sub-region that actually contributes 10.4% of the poor in this country. And according to the NDP, we should have by now had formulated a regional development program for Bukedi sub-region. Just like for the case of Busoga, the case of Karamoja, the case of Bunyoro, the case of West Nile. Unfortunately, the affirmative action envisaged in the National Development Plan 3 has not come to pass. It's my prayer, therefore, that the Right Honorable Prime Minister could update us on the position of the executive on upgrading Toro municipality to a city status.
Right
I
Honourable
pray.
Prime Minister. We need an upgrade. Right Honourable, you've been upgraded from an MP to a Prime Minister.
To my status.
Yeah.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, sometimes we have to behave as patriots, as nationalists. It's under that I felt I needed to inform this House as an NRM cadre and a nationalist. Right Honourable Speaker, the cities, especially Tororo, you are aware that the law that creates administrative units is very clear. We can only talk about this in the year 2025. So I request the member to position himself during that time.
Honourable Feta.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, 2 weeks ago, Mr. Govele Richard, a known farmer and a businessman, passed on. And he joined many other farmers who have passed on because they could not afford the treatment, they could not pay their bank loans. Right Honourable Speaker, this is a matter of 9.7 billion shillings of farmers' money that the Prime Minister is very much familiar with. Last year, the Minister of Finance made a written commitment to budget for that money in the current financial year. That did not come to see light. Two issues. Each time there is a public function where senior government officers come to West Nile, we get embarrassed. The farmers come to demonstrate their anger because they are now losing faith in their members of parliament. So this is increasing a grudge between the farmers and their leaders. And the Prime Minister is NRM. Most of NRM members from West Nile are NRM. I don't know if the Minister will be happy to see all our NRM MPs from West Nile voted out because of the 9.7 billion shillings. My prayers are the Prime Minister should commit that this money be put in the budget of 2024-25 so that these farmers are paid, so that the banks stop selling their property, so that they stop dying because they cannot afford a basic treatment in an ordinary facility. I thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Honourable Speaker and colleagues, in 2018, the President directed that the tobacco farmers, that time Bunyoro, be compensated after the company that bought their tobacco had failed to pay them. So, members of parliament from West Nile in 2021 came to my office when I had just been appointed Prime Minister. But during that year, the Minister of Finance had only budgeted for the money to pay those tobacco farmers in Bunyoro. In 2022, 2023, and now 2023-24, the money was not put in the budget. I request that the members of parliament from West Nile, together with Parliament of Uganda, when it comes to budgeting this time round, let us be on the same page and we help our brothers and sisters from West Nile.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Tungo, Honorable Muuma, Honorable Nakut, and Honorable Susan Uvuma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I have 2 pending evictions in my constituency. One of them is in Buchiro sub-county, and that area also is the same area where there is a government seed school. Another area is where Ruera Barisa Cooperative that covers 5 villages. These 2 areas, the owners have original land titles. But some people, through whatever means, they went and acquired the special titles. And now, they have been given eviction notices. And when you check on the records, the reason why they processed the special titles is that the original titles got lost. We have 2 original titles from these 2 farmers. Right Honorable Speaker, now that the civilian general in the name of Attorney General is here, because the process of getting a land title, you go through surveyors, committees at the sub-counties, at the district levels, until when a title is processed. But for somebody to sit in an office on a computer and just make a special title without verification or anything, I think it is very unfortunate. So my request and my prayer is that the Attorney General should guide us and make a statement on how these special titles are gotten and what should happen. These farmers have approached the office of the minister here, and they are telling them we are going to organize a public hearing and call stakeholders. And my concern, when you are issuing a special title, why didn't you call a public hearing, and why didn't you consult the stakeholders? So through you, Right Honorable Speaker,
Thank you.
Can the Attorney General guide us on
Attorney
these
General,
matters of special titles? Thank you.
But you also need help. It's not just guiding on matters of, we need intervention of government urgently.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. In law, the first title is right, and the second title, which was issued after over an existing title, must be cancelled. But there is a process that they go through in the land office to do that. What we can do, what Honorable Itungo needs to do, is to give us the details of that matter so we follow it up. I've actually written an advisory to the Ministry of Lands, not recently, about a year ago, advising them that any registrar who issues a title over an existing title for which government becomes liable in damages, we will join that registrar as a party to the suit, and government will not meet those costs because government does not pay registrars to do the wrong thing. I have that communication, it is in writing. I have rendered that advisory at Minister of Lands, and I know that the Commissioner of Lands has communicated to all the registrars. So what we can assure you is that the process will have to be undertaken. Unfortunately, it's long and tedious, but it has to be undertaken. But you can share with, we shall share and we'll follow up for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mouma, then Honorable Nakud and Honorable Susan.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my matter of concern to the Right Honorable Prime Minister is to do with the operationalization of a public university in Busoga sub-region. Mr. Speaker, it is on record that among the traditional administrative sub-regions in Uganda, Busoga is one of the few that do not have a public university. In the NRM manifesto of 2021, Mountains of the Moon and Busoga University were pegged together. The Right Honorable Prime Minister is on record last year that this year we shall have a functional university. And USCE results are about to be released. Can we know, or may we know, from the Right Honorable Prime Minister when we shall have this university granted and operational? I thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
It is true, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I have held a number of meetings concerning Busoga University. the owner, those who had the proprietors of that university, wanted to give government a lease, and the cost of that university takeover was so high. So the president guided that the Attorney General's office, now that he's here, he can add, and the Minister of Education is here, where we are. But the fact is, the proprietors of that university wanted to give government lease of that title. And the government nowadays, really, without a freehold land title in the names of our government, in the names of the institution, we cannot take over. That is caused the delay. But I can request the Minister of Education or the Attorney General, because we have been together in this.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the acquisition of Busoga University by government was started, the agreements were signed, the task force was put in place, the process of taking over the assets was started. We even made some payments in respect to the acquisition of the assets. We had one challenge, Right Honourable Speaker, which is stalling this process. The titles that were being given to government were not in perpetual ownership. Government was concerned that after investing in this, after a couple of years, another person will come, because the Busoga University government does not intend for it to move away from where it is. So that's where we are, Right Honourable Speaker, but we can share with you all this information, and we'll really appreciate your support in helping us get over this impasse. But the process is ongoing.
Thank you, Attorney General and Minister. Meet MPs from Busoga, give them this information. You never know the role they can play in talking to the proprietors and saying, you're seated on an opportunity. Please. Honourable Minister, I wanted to add on.
Right Honourable Speaker, the information Attorney General and Prime Minister have given are correct. Maybe for purpose of the record, as the Minister of Education, we will be ready to meet the members of Parliament from Busoga sub-region to give them an updated information on as far as Busoga University is concerned. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Haji Idi. We'll head upon that as a chairperson, and they are usually quick in terms of response. So call them, and we'll go through this. Honourable Nakut Faiz.
Thank you, Right Honourable. Right Honourable, you heard here the Prime Minister telling us to utilize the rain. I wish to report to this House that on the 2nd of January, my colleagues and I from Napak district decided to mobilize our people to cultivate immediately. So they started plowing as early as 2nd January, even when we are not seeing any rain. They have cultivated, they have plowed. The only challenge that we have, Right Honourable Prime Minister, is the issue of the seeds. This time I don't want to beg you food, because I'm tired of begging for food for our people who have continued being food insecure. We've taken it upon ourselves to mobilize the people to grow their own food, because the food they grow for themselves is the one that can sustain them. We appreciate government for the food government gives, but usually it takes about 2 weeks only. Now, I'm aware of the policy shift so that we no longer give seeds, we give PDM. The people of Napak received PDM, were among the first district to distribute. But the PDM money that came in, we were distributed in September and in October. It's not there now for buying seed. Besides, it did not reach every household. More than 60% of the households are waiting for their next batch, which will come in the next financial year. Because of the numbers, there are more than 100 households in a parish. They don't have the money to buy the seeds, even though we've told them to increase the size of their acreage. Right, Honourable Prime Minister, can you consider using your very powerful esteemed office? You give an exception for food insecure areas like mine, that seeds be supplied by government alongside the PDM.
Right Honourable
That's
Prime
my
Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, under the Ministry of Karamoja, we budgeted for seeds for that area. Yes, under the Ministry of Karamoja. I will request the members, as we usually meet, we get a day, maybe next week on Tuesday, you come and we ask the ministry concerned whether they have, how far they have gone with the supply of seeds to Karamoja. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it is not sustainable for us to continue feeding Karamoja on government money. And so government has come up with a number of measures. One, we came up with a mechanization strategy. A mechanization strategy which members of parliament from that region know. We are also constructing dams for irrigation, such that our people have to irrigate their land, to irrigate their crops throughout the year, because they get one rainfall season in a year. And I believe this is the season. And now from August, September, October, up to January, those people will not have rain, and so it's better we use irrigation. And so there are a number of measures. So Karamoja, under Affirmative Action Ministry of Karamoja, will be given fast-growing seeds.
Thank you. Buvuma.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. My matter of national importance is about the palm oil project affected persons in Buvuma. Right Honourable Speaker, these people gave in their land to the government or to this project for commencement. But it is 7 years down the road. These people have not yet been compensated. And these people now don't have land for farming. These people in Buvuma are now homeless because they gave in their land to this project, Right Honourable Speaker. And this week on Monday, Right Honourable Speaker, these people wanted to demonstrate by cutting down these palm oil trees. Because they now want their land to do farming. These people no longer have land where to do farming to get food. These people are now homeless. So they wanted to demonstrate on Monday. Right Honourable Speaker, my prayers are this government should quickly compensate these people because they gave in their land in peace. But it is now like it is becoming a war and these people are being mistreated. The RDC is torturing them by putting them on gunpoint for them not to talk about it. So this government should quickly intervene by compensating these people. And I request the Prime Minister to inform this House on when payment is commencing. And also the other point is that this government should consider revaluing and reassessing these people's land. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I have heard about the Buvuma palm oil project, and I'm aware that government is supposed to compensate those people who provided land for the project to commence. What I request a member to do is if it were possible, this question is big, so that I come up with a concrete answer. I request that you put it in writing so that we can consult and come up with a better answer on the floor of Parliament.
Thank you. Honourable Ayeku, Honourable Mose, Honourable Namuga, Honourable Aisha.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My matter of national importance is referring to Soroti Regional Referral Hospital. Honourable Prime Minister, on Monday, I was honoured to be a guest of honour on a donation which came
from US to Soroti Regional Referral Hospital. But first, on the record, Soroti Regional Referral Hospital is the only hospital, regional. Name the rest, Mbale, Lira, Gulu, Barara, among others, is the only regional hospital that has never got a facelift. It has remained with buildings from 1944, a lot of congestion, a lot of limited infrastructure in terms of even medical equipment. However, the problem was land. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I also want to inform the House and you and Right Honorable Speaker that Soroti University, during the handover of this equipment, I was able to see an allocation, and not just an allocation, a process of title, land given to Soroti Regional Referral Hospital, 65 acres of land at Soroti University. My prayer is that these documents I've already prepared to give them to you. My prayer is that now, within cabinet, as you advise cabinet, is that we can now construct a fully fledged new hospital. We could leave Soroti Regional Referral Hospital to become a city hospital. And with 65 acres, it's quite an amount of land. It means that we could have even a national referral hospital in that area, which would now accommodate the regions of Lango, Karamoja, Bugisu, and everywhere. Because now this land is available. I beg to submit.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I've taken note of the members concerned. We shall definitely come up with an agreed position, whether to work on the already existing hospital, revamp it, but of course, like you have said, there is limited land in the city. I think we need to involve the ministry very, very closely, you and me, so that we can see and take a better decision.
Thank you.
For the good of the people in that region.
Honourable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, police traffic report reveals that over quite a number of accidents are happening, and that in the month of December alone, last year, we lost over 87 people, majority of whom were border riders. And this is attributed to lack of training and also testing. Border riders claim that the cost of testing borders is quite high, including the riding permits. It's quite high. And you know that the industry has over 1 million riders, 5 million riders. Right Honourable Speaker, we recently, the Dr. Bwanika rose a point here where the minister was told to make a statement to this parliament. We are in a budgeting process. Isn't it possible for us to cut the cost of riders' permits by at least 50%, so that our border riders can be able to be tested, and those that pass the test be given permits that are basically cheaper than what they are now? Because
Thank you. Thank you. Right Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, in the year 2023-2024, the Office of the Prime Minister coordinated the Ministry for Kampala and the metropolitan area to see how best we can help the border riders. we all agreed that it was necessary for the border riders to be regulated to avoid accidents, because that Honorable Speaker and colleagues, if you go to Mulago, 80% or 90% of the patients, the accident patients in Mulago Hospital and many other hospitals are due to border accidents. And so the earlier we regulated this industry, the better. And so we involved URA, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Ministry for Kampala, and the Ministry of Finance. We came up with a number of resolutions. And these resolutions were taken to Cabinet. We are yet to conclude on the matter. Honorable Speaker, once Cabinet makes a decision, we shall move and have a better fee for our people to pay so that they can access these riding permits.
And we shall be grateful if you update the House. Thank you. Honorable Namuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable colleagues, we are doing well. I'm about to finish all of you. Yes, so let's...
Right Honorable Speaker, my issue is on the side of revenue in regard to the conduct of URA. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we believe that the country has not been doing well on the side of revenue, but there is serious harassment by URA of the Ugandan citizens. Right Honorable Speaker, the way assessment of taxes, right from rent, business, shops, it is extremely too high. URA does not have details. They just send assessment notes to people without getting the details of how these businesses have been earning. Right Honorable Speaker, businesses are going to close. Government promised, I think it was during the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility, that they are going to lay a domestic revenue mobilization strategy. We've never seen it. But much as we are aware that the revenue side is dwindling, we cannot harass citizens of this country. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister needs to put more interest in this area of revenue assessment on the side of the citizens of this country. Otherwise, the harassment is simply too high. Businesses are closing day and night. People are going to collapse. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the issue of taxes are a matter of law. Every year we pass tax laws here to regulate the way taxes are collected so that we can serve Ugandans. And so I request honorable members that the Committee of Finance and the Committee of Budget, when it comes to handling these tax laws, to scrutinize and see how best we can serve Ugandans collectively.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, allow me to comment on this. You know, issues of tax, I can guarantee you the problem we are facing is that most of our businesses have not been paying tax. And tax is never your money. It's government money. Now, you used to hear stories that someone brings a trailer in Chikubo and he sells it in 5 minutes. Why? It has not paid the tax. Yes, it has not paid tax. How come for you people are rushing for your goods? Where did you get them from? How come you are discounting 20%? Yet you're not a manufacturer, you're also an importer. And I've talked to many business people who have been visiting me because I know many of them. The most profitable branches of all banks in this country were in Chikubo. But the amount of tax coming out of there nearly zero. And that's why you saw when government started tightening on tax, most of them have even abandoned the business. So I know tax is painful. Maybe the transition process, you know, the transition process. A very good example. Government gave an amnesty some time back. We should be asking for a report of that amnesty. When you gave an amnesty, how many people complied? How many people came and said, well, I have not been paying tax. Now, since you forgave me on penalties, on interest, and you said I pay the principal, I have paid. And has it benefited? So that we run it and we transition very well. I can tell you personally, if I may confess, I've ever paid a huge penalty of close to 1 billion. But since then, I learned a lesson. Because issues of compliance in this country are a problem. I went with you, honorable colleagues, to Rwanda for sports. Each one of you I could meet, could say, border. Hey, see the discipline. Here you touch borders. MPs are going to be here. You're harassing our voters. We were talking about cleaning. We are talking about accidents. You drive beyond 80 kilometers per hour, you're in. For us, you touch us, I'm a member of parliament. You can't touch me. Because I know, I've received some calls. There is one colleague just here on Ginger Road. One colleague who called me and he had locked himself in a car. Why? He had been caught committing a traffic offense and he said, I'm a member of parliament, you can't touch me. So he locked himself inside and he said, I called the speaker. So to check, you've committed an offense. I said, no, sort your issues. Sort your issues. I can't help you on this. So, honorable colleagues, compliance is very painful. But my advice I can give you is very simple. One, if you're given a wrong assessment, you will challenge it, and successfully. We have always been given wrong assessments, and we challenge them. But number two, the only way you can run a sustainable business is ensuring you focus on compliance. The moment your business meets compliance requirements, you do well. But that does not mean that people are harassed the way you're talking about. They can have an approach that is more friendly. Honorable Kanya, want to say something about that?
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry I didn't want to provoke a debate. I just wanted to give a honest opinion as a person who has been doing business.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you very much, and the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I think we have huge budget demand. There are people who are not paying taxes, and last year we passed a bill here to allow e-receipt system, digitalizing. In fact, Honorable Speaker, I want to propose under our rules. The rules allows the Commissioner General to be invited and sit in a bar and address the country and address Parliament to explain. The requirement is that all restaurants, all hardware, all shops are supposed to issue you a digital receipt. But colleagues, you go and eat in Sheraton, all these hotels, they give you bills. They don't pay tax. They invade VAT. While my people in the border are being harassed every day. So it is time, Right Honorable Speaker and Right Honorable Prime Minister, these people are given fine once. The next day, they invade. Today, I called the Commissioner General, and I said, people must be fined on daily basis. And Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request that you invoke your power under the rules. You allow the Commissioner General to come through the bar and address Parliament so that we discuss this matter. Because I cannot allow the people of Tororo, every day we are being arrested, we only bring sugar, we only bring cooking oil, and then my people are arrested. While in Kampala, people are not paying taxes. So the proposal of digital receipt, Honorable Speaker, the proposal of digital receipt can help us to raise 5 trillion shillings if it is enforced. 5 trillion. So that we support our budget. So that our people at the border are allowed to do cross-border trade. I beg. Thank you.
Information, you wanted to give me information on our numbers?
Mr. Speaker, there are two things which must be addressed here. One, it is true that like all sectors of Uganda, there are some corrupt people in URA who might use the opportunity to harass our people just because they want to pick bribes from them. But away from that, Mr. Speaker, allow me, through you, to inform members. I had a similar problem in my municipality in Mukono. But when I approached the URA, the Public Relations Office, you can take them to your constituency to organize meetings with your traders. And Mr. Speaker, every time in Mukono it has become an annual event that URA comes and I organize my business community. They even give allowances to your people who organize the meetings, the leaders. And then at one time they had sent messages on phone demanding for millions of money from my traders. But eventually when they came to Mukono and they got to meet these people, everyone walked out of that meeting a winner. I want to advise colleagues that they can approach URA, and I want to really appreciate URA for this type of system, and I want to request the colleagues to utilize it, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Aisha. Ropa, I will give you a chance, sir.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Right
you.
Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me start with the matter on which I wanted to seek your guidance. Last Thursday, I had a question for the Prime Minister, and she said she would respond today and wasn't responded to. Can I re-echo it in a minute? Right Honorable Prime Minister, may I know why government has chosen to preside over thuggery by commercial banks, charging double insurance over money that accumulates, has no risk, attributes no risk at all? That question, I asked it to the minister in March last year. It hasn't been answered for a year. And I put it to you, I request for the answer. Allow me ask my today's question. I was echoing yesterday the question for last week, which hadn't been answered.
Can I have the attention of the Prime Minister? They're asking a question.
Yes, that the first one he has had. Now this one, we have a swamp in my constituency called Chikuba Mutwe. While we complain, and I want to tell my Honorable Minister of Education that charging of money for students is not the only reason why pupils or students fall out of school. There are several reasons. For a year and plus, a full parish has been disconnected in my constituency from education, from a school where children are supposed to go, and also from a health center. We approached the ministry, they accepted take over this swamp, surveying was done, a contract was awarded, and finally was not signed, and people have been waiting. The road and the swamp is impassable. Not even my car can pass that area. We went for district road supervision and monitoring, and even failed to pass, all of us as a team. Can I request, Prime Minister, that my people be served? Women cannot go to a health center because Chikuba Mutwe has locked off a people of Kakubo and the surrounding villages.
Thank you.
And
Right
the finance
Prime
knows
Minister.
about this case because a contract was awarded and finally not.
Thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister. Attorney General.
Right Honourable, for the first question, I must sincerely apologize. That question was directed to my office from that question that was raised, but from the Prime Minister's office was directed to my office. I studied the matter and I realized it was a matter for BOU. So I sent it to Ministry of Finance and BOU, and I'll follow up and ensure that's brought up. I sincerely apologize for that.
Thank you, Attorney General. Right Honourable Prime Minister on this one. Please.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the swamp of Chikuba Mutwe and the contract that was awarded and no work has been done. I request that you allow me time. I convene a meeting with the concerned ministry, including your district, so that we can find out. And she knows we have done a lot together in her constituency.
Thank you. Honorable Cyrus.